as collision. As buff. Let's go. Love you, chat Hassel. 4 months and the world has continued on its quest of being shitty, but here I am with the chat I love. Let's go, don't nuke us, Blazer. almost 1 year, baby Hasan. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. I appreciate all that you do, Hasan, especially during these stressful times. Keep it up, proud of you. As high. Excited for the news segment.
I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. No matter where you are, because it is Tuesday. That's right, it's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? It's fucking Tuesday, bruv. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. That's right. It's Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. 11:17 a.m. and I'm a little late. Actually, what am I saying? I'm not late at all, actually. I'm like right on time. So no apologies necessary for that. And I am feeling very tired, but also at the same time not super terrible, because you know, I woke up this morning. I went to sleep last night. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I went to sleep after ending the stream last night after we raised $158,000 for Ukraine as of this morning. It's at there it is. You can see that dono right there. 158,000 so far raised for care.org's charity for Ukraine. And after that, I really fucking tired, and I had a little bit of food and went to sleep instantaneously. And I actually woke up at a reasonable hour too, so I got like 8 hours of sleep last night, which is weird. It's not something that happens regularly. I got 8 hours of sleep. Actually, it hasn't happened in like months. And honestly, are you matching that? I'm matching up to 25 grand, which we went way past, but yeah, it's kind of crazy that when you're used to sleeping for like 6 hours every day, when you actually end up sleeping for 8 to 9, you get fucked up. Crazy. Anyway, regardless. I woke up, I worked out, I hit some PRs on the squats today, which was fucking crazy. Is it tax deductible? My dick in your mom is tax deductible. She does not deduct his dick. Actually, I don't know. It might be. It is CARE is a 501c3, so it probably is. They're the ones who wanted to. I mean, but not the entire thing, just how much I'm putting in. I know the feeling. Sleeping 8 hours one every month or so, it's different. Anyway. My look awful today, by the way. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. My PR, like my personal record is way higher than, like my all-time personal record is of course way higher than the number that I back squatted today, but what did I do? I did like 285 for 8, which is the highest I've hit in the gym since I have the highest I've hit in that gym, and that's in the end of like I did that for 4. It was in the last round. It's not great for someone of my size, but it's you know, it's definitely, and it's certainly not the highest I've hit. It's certainly not the highest I've hit at all, but I'm now getting back to like my old level of strength, slowly but surely building it. It's not a big deal, but you able to front squat your body weight? No. Anyway, I'm fucking dying right now. Like my legs are dying, so I'm gonna sit back down. But yeah, that's it. This is the part of the broadcast where I told you a little bit about my personal news, and that's pretty much it. There's a lot of news to cover, so we're gonna get right into it. The Russian convoy that's like 40 miles long is closing in on Kyiv as Kharkiv and Ukrainian cities are facing intense shelling. Obviously, we're gonna talk about all that, but before I do that, let's blast off. Let's do a blasting off, a little tweet action. I'm gonna sit down. Holy fuck, I'm tired. For the record, like I said, the squat number that I gave you guys is not high. I'm aware that it's not high. For especially someone who's able to Seen any of this yet? Not going to criticize your donations camp, but you're enabling Ukrainian families to engage in habits. They can buy vodka with the money you sent or become lazy and not fight now that they're secured money from your donations. I haven't seen that, but I know that that's a copy pasta from when we like casually and randomly decided to raise money for the MasterChef, like the old MasterChef contestant who was like dying because her liver had given out and she had all these medical bills to pay. That is unironically something a fucking hater of mine said about me giving paying someone else's like medical bills. Obviously Ficatus, however you say his name, is he's joking and he's making fun of someone else who literally had said that in the past. Anyway, yeah.
6 months, let's go.
Why do you defend the use of slurs? If just in a quote, you did the G slur tweet and also say Kyiv right? Dude, please go to Ukraine and fucking sit under a mortar fire, okay? In a video game, of course. Like, you are irrelevant. You are trying to bring up shit that is completely irrelevant, okay? Why did you defend the use of slurs just because of the quote? Stop using slurs against the Roma people, you nonce. This is like someone found my old fucking 2019 tweet talking about like a direct quote from Tucker Carlson where he says like in his broadcast, gypsies taking over America, and which means that the anarchists are online and in full fucking, it's a 3-year-old quote, a direct quote from Tucker Carlson, and anarchists have found it from 3 years ago, and this is what they think is gonna fucking cancel me, dude. Please, dude, please. Touching grass for you is not going to work. It's literally a quote, which the funniest part about this is, you know these fucking idiots, they went and key searched every slur on my profile to try to be like, this is it. We're going to get something. We're going to find something. No one cares. You stupid, radlib, brain cancered idiot. Not a single human being operates this way, okay? Literally, get a job, you crusty, ugly, dirty, unshowered anarchist. Holy shit. I swear to God, these motherfuckers turned me into like a Nixon era Republican. You know what I mean? There's some of these dudes are so fucking brain damaged that it literally turns me into this like conservative when I see the way they operate. Why do you have to call them an anarchist? Because you know. Because their name is like anarchist. God damn, I haven't even posted that I'm live yet. And motherfuckers are still like, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say people like try to find something and make something out of nothing, okay? They try to find anything and everything they can and turn it into a big deal. And the hilarity of the situation is that like they could. It's completely a matter of like, do enough people want to get in on the action? Do enough people want to manufacture outrage? And that's it. And this is part of the reason why it's like very difficult for me to take. It's like ruined me. It ruined me permanently. That it's like so fucking hard. For me to take people coming in here and being like, people criticizing me when it's I can't distinguish between constructive and bad faith criticism at this point because it all looks bad faith. You know?
Let's go. Heart.
Just these fucking idiotic radlibs, dude. I mean, probably not even an anarchist, just like a radlib piece of shit, you know? Who cares? All right. Woo! Whew. Okay, good start, man. Every time I say I'm in a good mood, every time I say I'm in a fucking good mood, I think it was Pepela NM Stan still at it. What is NM? What? I don't even know what New Mexico? Oh, barbs? Oh, what the fuck? Why are barbs up my asshole, dude? Bro, come on. Nicki Minaj, that's what they're saying. Barbs are back again? I thought that we were done. I thought we buried the hatchet. I'm so sorry. Yo, Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend is real. The ball sack is so big. I swear, COVID vaccines turn you into a gay person and give you autism. Whatever you guys want, okay? Whatever. And Tucker Carlson is not a white supremacist, but if he even was a white supremacist, that's okay, as long as Nicki Minaj says it's okay. I'm so sorry. Please stop coming after me with the most idiotic, derailed. It's just like, it's all so derailing. And then I see people say, like, he can't fucking take criticism. He can't take criticism. It just like hurts my soul so much because I can't stop looking at criticism. It's the only thing I look at. And it's always so bad faith. Anyway, we're moving on. We're getting into the fucking news. It's so effective at like derailing the convo. And I should never explain to people that this is what's going on. There's no other, no other news outlet on the planet that has to constantly do this. And it's like fun for people to just derail it. So if you see me fucking banning people, remember, it's not because I hate criticism. I actually, as a matter of fact, love criticism. It's a little too much for me. I love it a little too much. I just get derailed so aggressively. And a lot of people know that. And that's why they come in here and just write the dumbest shit. Okay? Okay. I'm live in Russia. Do you think that Ghost of Kyiv and the 13 Snake Island soldiers are manufactured propaganda or legit? Sorry if you already covered this. Yes, of course it's propaganda. It's war. Of course they're going to fucking come up with propaganda. It's war. Yeah. They're creating a mythology of people who are, doing heroic things in war. That's normal. That's like a normal part of war. Whoa, what the fuck? What? What is going on? That was weird. That was fucking weird. That was very weird.
Damn Daddy Hasan, you are looking hella dumb thick today. Hope you have a good Wednesday. Hi.
Okay. What the fuck was that, bro? Why is it that this always happens? This always fucking happens, dude. Always, always, always has to happen. Anytime and every time I like there's shit going on in the world and then I start talking about it and a lot of fucking people start watching, immediately some shit has to go down. I got no frame drops for literally months. I got no frame drops for months. We fixed the problem. And then for like literally 2 months, 3 months, no problems, no issues whatsoever. Immediately, the moment that there is like...
Officially 2 years, still a virgin. Would like a refund.
The moment that we get to it, audio totally off. If it's off, then it's because you need to fucking refresh. You need to refresh.
Have been looking fly ye.
I'm live in Russia's bombing campaign has intensified.
Much love to any and all Ukrainian charters. Stay safe, Hassel.
I'm live, and Russia's bombing campaign is intensified in Ukraine. Peace talks seemingly hasn't worked.
Baby. Now everyone line up for your state-mandated kiss.
Live UA Maps has been offline from attacks since last night. Yes, I have a pimple patch on. Live, and Russia's bombing campaign is intensified in Ukraine. Peace talk seemingly hasn't worked.
My streamer.
Brandon has a State of the Union tonight. And we raised $158,000 so far for Ukraine while playing Elden Ring. In now news and
17 months. Thank you so much for every one of them, Hassel.
www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Does anyone have a fucking 158K? Damn, you died a lot? No, I didn't. Does anyone have a good meme to blast off with this? Dude, I dropped so many fucking frames. If that happens again, I'm so screwed. Yes, I am familiar with John Mersheimer and his views on the current situation with multipolarity of China, Russia, and the United States. I agree with his analysis. I have agreed with his analysis already in the past, except now it doesn't even matter. What his analysis is the buildup and as the lead up of like Mersheimer's buildup and conflict between Russia, NATO, and Ukraine is true and accurate, and I agree with it, and I have brought it up, and it's very similar to my analysis as well, except it is currently in the moment it's inconsequential, insignificant, unless you truly believe that at this stage, you know, Russia will stop. As long as you know, Russia will stop as long as the United States says, what, this meme, give me a different meme. I don't want that, dude. No, I'm not gonna do the tri-finger butthole meme, especially because, you know. Oh yeah, this is good. Okay, here, this is good. Thank you. The Texas one, I'm going to use that one. Here you go.
Hi, chat.
I love that Texas guy, dude. I mean, what a weirdo, dude. What an absolute fucking weirdo, dude. I mean, seriously. Look at this man. For those of you who don't know, this is the meme. Remember this guy? This is him now. Feel old yet? This man is Texas. Codename Texas. I forget what his full name is, but he's an American citizen. He's an American Christian communist from Texas who decided to go and fight alongside the, I think, Donetsk People's Republic militia, okay, in Donbass against the Azov Battalion and against other Ukrainian National Guard. Russell Bentley is his name, okay, and he's an absolute psycho. I mean, in the best way. I mean, this is literally just, you say, you know, Mom, can I get Solid Snake? And Mom says, we got Solid Snake at home. This is literally Solid Snake at home. Don't you talk about my Texas communist adoptive father like that. He's just a bit confused. I mean, he is the most confused.
Thank you for the content.
This photo and this photo, ironically, I think were probably taken in the same year. That man and this man neither look like their old selves anymore, okay? I do not look this hot anymore, and he does not look this fresh anymore either. I mean, we both gained 80 pounds since these photos were taken. And I'm pretty sure the photos were taken at the same fucking time. This is 2015. Probably around 2015, 2016 is when this photo was taken as well. You know, we both gained some XP. Yeah. So, Hasan, you look better now to me. What does that mean? It just means you like longer hair, I think. And you don't like shorter hair. I probably, I don't know.
It's Ches Day in it.
Now I got flow. I just added flow to my fucking flow. Nuke subs have been activated. Russian nuclear submarines have sailed off for drills in the Barents Sea near the Arctic. I mean, this is like... This is what you know about. That doesn't mean anything. There's already... I mean, this is... Yeah, he already said that he was going to go on high alert. Increasing the nuclear readiness. Do you have links for charities or sources to support Ukraine? I'm looking for spread awareness as much as possible for my friends that are over there. Yeah, there's a couple charities that we've shown before that we'll put a list up. Respect the trigger discipline. Thank you. Thank you. Nobody ever recognizes that I got good ass trigger discipline.
Yo mama.
Anyway, I fully support Ukraine's right to defend itself from Russian invaders, but they don't have to destroy water pump facilities in Donetsk, which cuts off water from my family, and then go around and complain about it when Russians do the same. Those people in Donetsk are Ukrainian civilians as well. Yeah, no, I mean, it's war. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, they did that to fucking Crimea too. But at this point, it's like, which side is worse? Obviously, Russia. So there is no... Like that in and of itself is not a justification.
Omga whole year of debauchery and avoiding brain rot less than 3.
Now it's getting worse. All intel was saying the high alert meant nothing unless subs deployed. Yeah. Guys, I hate to say this, but do you agree with Mersheimer that Ukraine denuclearizing post-Soviet Union was a mistake? Dude, that's literally my #1 take. I don't even know if Mersheimer's take is about Ukraine denuclearizing, but what have I always said? It was the dumbest idea for Ukraine to denuclearize. Oh my fucking Lord. Even if they couldn't use the nukes, it doesn't matter. What do I always say? The HasanAbi, HasanAbi Piker rules for nation building. Rule #1. Get nukes. Rule #2. Never give up the nukes. Rule #3. If America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes when you don't have nukes, fucking drop everything and find nukes because you're fucked. Okay? How many times have I said that if you're a small nation and you want to do nation building, you got to have nukes, man. You have to. It's over. It's GG's. It's a wrap. Best trigger discipline in the game? I know I'm not demonstrating proper wand trigger discipline here. This is a live. This is way more than a fucking, you know, this is a gun. This is literally a gun. Okay? It's really fucked up that I'm showing you this, but also, watch out. You know what I mean? Get beaked, you know?
Promise I won't turn on you, King.
Yeah. Yeah, you motherfuckers don't know. Like, I will pop off, okay? I will literally pop the fuck off, okay? People think, like, take a wand safety class, dude. Yeah, right, dude. I'm not some freaking libtard. Need to take a wand safety class. Whatever, dude. You know? Don't make me pull it out. Do not make me pull out the gat. Okay? I always keep that fucking thing on me, okay? I got a master sword back there. I got Kratos' fucking axe right up there. I'm kitted out.
3 months, baby. Hassle.
Anyway, we did we blast off on this? Did we blast off on this? Yeah, we did. Okay, good. Yo, one more blast off for you to let your friends know, your family know. Retweet this shit. You know, do not let your enemies know I was wrong. That was the first time I saw HasanAbi taking Wand etiquette so serious. I had no idea what was happening a lot, but I laughed a lot and stayed. You must love when there's any world news going on because Twitch nerds like me have no idea where else to get their news. Honestly, I don't. I like it's wonderful that so many people are paying attention to the news, and it's even, you know, it's awesome that they want to get their news from me, and I recognize the importance of that, and I try to do my very best to, you know, to be super serious. Obviously still have fun, but like be super serious when covering these super serious things. Try to parse through the misinformation, but it is definitely a lot more fun when I'm just like hanging out with my community and we're just doing, you know, the things aren't so devastating. It does take a toll on me, if I'm being perfectly honest, that, you know, my shit pops off anytime the world is falling apart.
I smile.
Which kind of sucks. Like, I wish my shit would pop off when the world is not falling apart. You know what I mean? Anyway, as of today, let's be real. Let's fucking call it how it is. I've been incredibly fucking worried about this thing that is currently happening, which was that Russia was going to increase the brutality of its invasion. There have been explosions in Kharkiv. The TV tower attack has killed at least 5 and injured 5 people. According to the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, 2 missiles hit and set on fire a building right next to the TV tower, and the fire has been extinguished. So they struck the TV tower. They also struck Kharkiv pretty aggressively, and they're basically increasing the brutality, as I said was going to happen now that basically, you know, the Ukrainians feel like they have done a good job pushing back against the conscripts. Apparently they hit this Holocaust memorial. Military missiles just hit the Babi Yar Holocaust memorial site in Kyiv. Putin has just killed 33,371 Jews for the second time. What? Yeah, I mean, it's war.
Hassle.
A family was burned alive at the bottom of the tower. Yeah.
This morning was a very tragic one for us. 2 cruise missiles hit Kharkiv, the city which is located to the borders of the Russian Federation. There were always many Russians there, and they're always friendly. There were warm relations there.
So Kharkiv is really interesting. If you've been watching with me alongside myself, then you've already seen this. But like, Kharkiv is a very like middle of the ground pro-Russia city. Not anymore, of course, but I've seen so many people. What the fuck? BO3 of 95. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Holy shit. But the thing is, with Kharkiv, a lot of the commentary that I've seen thus far on the bombings oftentimes come along with, hey, you pro-Russian motherfuckers, like you like that? You know, this is what you were pushing for. This is what you were advocating for. This is what you wanted. Like, a lot of the people that people are recognizing that, even the people that are recognizing that, like, it was like a Russia-friendly city in comparison to other cities in Ukraine. are definitely, absolutely, without a fucking shred of a doubt, no longer going to be a Russia-friendly city, because that's what fucking happens when you blow up entire cities. That's what happens when you invade a country and you start blowing up their fucking, you know, Holocaust memorials. Even if it's collateral damage, it doesn't fucking matter. That's what happens when you blow up their TV stations. That's what's gonna happen.
20 months foggers.
Can you say Putin bad so I can feel better using my Prime? I mean, it's up there. Putin is very bad, is up there on the top right corner. I don't know what else you want me to say. Okay? Oh, Mark Ames says, oh, by the way, I found out that I'm on a list somewhere for OSINT Twitter alongside Mark Ames and numerous other people, including friend of the show, Spencer Ackerman, you know, as enemies of the state. Apparently, according to OSINT Twitter, I am considered an enemy to the United States, an enemy to the American state, and I'm anti-NATO, for expressing anti-NATO and pro-Putin sentiment, they say. Which is pretty funny because, like, I mean, there's some people on there like, you know, Caleb Maupin and all these like fucking dudes who are you know, going on Russia Today and like are still defending Vladimir Putin, you know what I mean, and have defended Vladimir Putin consistently, rather than at least like trying to get a better understanding and taking the actions of a Russian state seriously. Mark Ames is pretty clearly pro-Russia bias, but that's why I didn't mention Mark Ames in the list of like anti-NATO, potentially pro-Putin, or potentially pro-Russia takes. I mentioned, first of all, I think his analysis is good. In this situation, he got a lot wrong with respect to an invasion, but it's pretty funny that like they're saying I'm fucking pro-Putin and you know, anti-American and anti-NATO, which is true. I am fucking anti-NATO and also anti-America, which is hilarious that's like, it's hilarious that this is now considered like a bad thing. Like, when did this happen? America, this isn't about you, okay? You can't be doing this shit. You can't just like out of nowhere decide that like, oh, no, this shows America good. Here, this is what I'm talking about. The OSINT watch list. The following journalists and public figures are verified Twitter handles notorious for one or more of the following: Russia state-affiliated media, China state-affiliated media, supporting the Russian invasion of Ukraine, radical views opposing the U.S., NATO, and its allies without discrimination. How, like, what are you? Are you John Bolton? Like, I feel like this is some shit like a Fox News grandfather would write. Okay. Yeah, I'm right here, right next to PSL and right next to Spencer Ackerman, which is fucking hilarious. And Adam Johnson too.
Tight.
And of course, left flank vets, Yasha Levine, who's great. Empire Files, Mint Press News. I mean, this list is not, you know, I feel like it's a little bit not balanced. Anyway. Oh, I'm right here. Sorry, we can't see behind the camera. Boop. I'm right there, baby. Look at that. I'm an ace. Radical views opposing the U.S., NATO, and its allies without discrimination, denouncing the collection of valuable OSINT on our adversaries, promotion of terrorist activities harming U.S. citizens, NATO, and its allies. The people that wrote this, the people that made a list like this, literally just, I would say you deserve to go to jail, but your life is an endless jail, dude. Your soul is trapped in torment, okay? You are LARPing as a fucking foreign policy blob guy without the actual fucking, you're LARPing as a guy who has like 11 internships from numerous DC lobbying firms, but you don't even make the money for it. You're just the fucking dude who, instead of having a fascination with trains, like a normal person of, you know, the kind of brain that you have would do, which is perfectly fine, valid, or airplanes or trains, have decided war is your hyperfixation. Well, okay, I mean, that's fine. You know? No, there's nothing wrong with trains. Trains are fucking awesome. Anyway,
Only banned once. Please forgive me. I have a Southern trans liberation movement I want to show you at HasanAbi.
anyway, it's like pretty funny because I feel like this list is not consistent, or how do I describe it?
Yeet.
Most searched in terms of the world this week? What the fuck? Yo, stop. This is not real, right? No shot. I love that. Brazilians are like, what? Come to Brazil, Elden Ring. Brazil, caralho. They have Rachel Blevins on that list, but not Tyler Blevins. Ninja was quoted as saying, the Ukraine situation was pretty crazy late last week. Oh, anyway. Look. We're not going to, this is the funny part of this, but Mark Ames getting a sense of that some of the accounts that have been quite reliable are downplaying how badly military situation is going on for Ukraine over the past 24 hours, not out of some devious propaganda design, but even the clearest headed analyst has emotional and social investments here. I keep saying that I'm legitimately fucking worried for Ukraine because I feel like Russia is going to increase the brutality, and you haven't seen enough. Sorry to say, but you're definitely not doing any good for the situation. Not an opinion, just a fact. Okay, dude, when you talk to me when you, talk to me when you and your community is raising money for evacuating Ukrainians instead of fucking writing snarky remarks on the internet, okay? That's a fact. Motherfucker said facts. So, dude, the Alex Jones did not call this, by the way. We'll cover that video in a second. Let's just watch this really quickly because, again, Russia is now increasing the brutality, and it is genuinely, it's genuinely scary, and I don't know where the fuck they're gonna go.
Universities are there. It's the city that has the largest number of universities in our country.
5 months of brain rot.
The youth is bright, smart there. The people who gathered there all the time and was gathering there all the time for celebrating all celebrations on the largest square in our country, the Freedom Square, and this is the largest square in Europe, and that's true. This is called the Freedom Square. Can you imagine this morning 2 cruise missiles hit this Freedom Square, dozens of killed ones. This is the price of freedom. We are fighting just for our land.
Ooh,
and for
that's
our
really
freedom. Good. Despite the fact that all large cities of our country are now blocked, nobody is going to enter and intervene with our freedom and country. And believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians. We have a desire to see our children alive. I think it's a fair one. Yesterday, 16 children were killed. again and again, President Putin is going to say that is some kind of operation and we are hitting a military infrastructure. Where are our children? What kind of military factories do they work at? What tanks are they going with? Or launching cruise missiles? He killed 16 people just yesterday.
Christian, there was something of a metaphor in all this. You saw the bearded Ukrainian leader in a T-shirt in the midst of a war speaking to the people in dress suits in the European Parliament. And yes, there has been remarkable European unity. And yes, they have taken economic actions. But when you see that juxtaposition, it makes you wonder, is it enough? Can it be enough to save that bearded man from the Russian onslaught?
Elden Ring hype.
You know, he's in his presidential palace, and he's not wearing just any T-shirt. He's wearing military outfits, so to speak. The T-shirt in the green of the military. He's letting, obviously, for presumably necessary reasons, his beard to grow. He's one of the people. This is more than symbolic. This is, you know, a man who nobody thought would have to face this, you know, rising to the occasion and showing that he will not leave his people at the most dire moment in European history since the end of World War II. I mean, we haven't seen this kind of thing in Europe since the 1940s. It is extraordinary what's happening. And as this brave president does that in an encircled and perhaps soon to be besieged capital city, you have the Russian foreign minister talking to the UN in the safety of his, you know, foreign ministry in Moscow, and lying again about who Zelensky is, calling him a neo-Nazi, calling the regime there a bunch of drug addicts and neo-fascists, saying that we had to do this. Why? Because the people of Donbass, the Russian separatists, he said, were somehow not being allowed to speak Russian. Seriously? That is the level of the disconnect of what's going on right now. That they are trying to say in Moscow that it is the people and the government of Ukraine that has brought this on themselves, and they are...
The Balkan states do not exist in the mind of the Westerner, because the Westerner also does not see the Slav as a full human being, okay? Or any sort of Balkan as a full human being. Worse if you are also Muslim on top of that, okay? Just get that out of your fucking head. If you keep asking, why is no one talking about like what happened in Yugoslavia, like or all of that? Because they do not see you as a human, okay? They don't. You are not a part of history. You're not a part of Western history. They're Christian. They're white. They're a part of European history. Because I see that take a lot in the chat, and they're like, why are they never talking about this? This is like the first time this has happened. Like, no, it's not. Of course it's not the first time it's ever happened. But it doesn't matter. They just don't. They don't.
All the people is the chat the real Hasan.
Does he actually believe himself? I don't know. Do you need further fucking evidence that like these people living in the Western world, living in the fucking imperial core, do not see Muslims, specifically Muslims, Arabs, black people, usually as at the same level as themselves? Now you might try to justify that by saying, well, it's tribalism. It's because like we have similar cultures. It's like, no, you don't. You don't. Would you eat borscht? No, so shut the fuck up. You act like you have a similar culture to a Polish person because of the color of your skin and not recognize that that's just pure white supremacy, okay? Americans do, not European, dumbass. Yeah, totally. Europeans love. Yeah, Europeans definitely don't do that. Yeah, of course they do it too. Don't include all of Europe in your definition of Western mindset, Jesus. I mean, there's plenty of people in the Western world that feel this way. And the further you move away from Ukraine, the more you get this way, okay? The UK being the absolute worst. Son, I love you. Please block me because of your inability to take criticism, please. No, it's not. I'm not unable to take criticism, but you're being incredibly selfish. There's 52,000 people in here, and you want to hear your own words expressed in the chat. That is narcissistic as fuck. Okay? That is an incredibly narcissistic tendency that so many of you have, knowing full well that I'll definitely respond to it because I love the fucking criticism. I love I love, even when you don't know how to fucking type and you say unability, you have one message and I still caught it and I still immediately responded to it because I can't stop myself. And you know that, and that's why you are absolutely using this as an opportunity to derail the fucking stream when it's at the top of the hour, and I should be serving you a 60-second ad break anyway. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, as long as you have someone else's Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account. Okay? Or if you get gifted a sub, if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Boom. Anyway, this is actually really good news. Beijing is ready to seek peaceful solution to Ukraine-Russia conflict, Ukrainian foreign minister says. Now, this is really good fucking news, but it's really bad news at the same time. It's really good news because Beijing has a lot more clout in this circumstance because of its proximity and international goals. The proximity of Beijing's international goals are similar to Russia, or closer to Russia than it is to America, right? They have even said in the past that, like, we will stand by you against Western forces, and they took a neutral stance at the UN Security Council, and that was deliberate, that was strategic, because, you know, they had this conversation with China already. So the reason why this is good is because they could operate like the America on the other side. However, you know who doesn't like this? A country that has benefited for the past 100 fucking years from being a singular force of hegemonic power on the planet. If we are moving away from a singular hegemonic force to multiple poles of power, then there is one country that will definitely not appreciate that. No, I'm not talking about France. I'm talking about America. Okay? The United States of America, baby. The United motherfucking States of America. Okay?
As mad.
I lived in Beijing. You don't understand the totalitarianism here? No, I know, dude. Of course, they fucking crack down super hard. I know. I'm not talking about that at all right now. Like, you talk about civil liberties and civil society when we're having a conversation about nation states and their interest in, like, global dominance. Okay? We're having a conversation about America, China, their interest in becoming hegemonic powers, and you're like, oh, I couldn't go on websites and I couldn't say anything bad about the Chinese government. Yeah, I know. They are. They're authoritarian. They're super authoritarian when it comes to controlling information. You're not bringing new information here, okay? Video of a Ukrainian reporter asking Boris for no-fly zone.
A woman from my team is...
Bro, Boris Johnson has been saying psychotic shit, okay? So I don't know what the fuck he's going to respond to this question with, but I feel like he's not going to say anything good here.
And she is there with two kids, and Russian military is over there, and she's so much afraid that she will be shot. Kharkiv, the city where I was studying, was bombarded today, fully, the downtown square. So you're talking about the stoicism of Ukrainian people, but Ukrainian women and Ukrainian children are in deep fear because of bombs and missiles which are going from the sky. And Ukrainian people are desperately asking for the West to protect our sky. We are asking for the no-fly zone. We are saying in response that it will trigger World War III. But what is the alternative, Mr. Prime Minister?
Here's my hot take on this. The Ukrainian people have every right to demand a no-fly zone from the Western world. That no-fly zone is not going to come because that no-fly zone would mean boots on the ground military warfare. It's the exact equivalent, and it would mean nuclear warfare, right? But they have every right to demand it because of course they're fucking dying. They're dying in the streets. They're getting bombarded. They're getting bombed. Of course they're going to fucking ask for that. The worst part about this is that the Western world has even created a fucking idea that like this could possibly happen, that they could like do this. They could give them this as a way, as a deterrence measure or something, when it was never intended to do, like when that was never going to happen. Never ever in a million years was it ever going to happen. Like Joe Biden openly stated time and time again that he was never going to send American troops into Ukraine.
I switched to audio only mode.
People think a no-fly zone is like a barrier, like this fake barrier that you create, and you're like, oh shit, no-fly zone, guess I can't fly anymore. Like, no, you have to enforce that. And the way to enforce a no-fly zone is by having your fighter jets, American fighter jets, or NATO nation fighter jets, to fly around and bomb the to bomb the Russian fighter jets that are flying around. You have to enforce a no-fly zone. There is no fucking force field, okay? You can't just like magically issue a no-fly zone. But people don't get it because of the PR, the brilliant PR around the term makes people think like this is an adequate measure to push for. Like this is not an escalation. This is not full-blown war. Like it literally is. You can't bomb a plane? No, dude. No, I'm saying like you need to have fighter jets enforcing a no-fly zone. Like blow up fighter jets with other fighter jets, with your fighter jets. That's what a no-fly zone is. There is no like fucking, just like the Iron Dome is not like actually a Simpsons movie style dome. Okay. And by the way, you absolutely can technically bomb a plane. It's called an anti-aircraft missile. Okay. What the fuck are you talking about? But there are ways, you know, you have SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, you have anti-aircraft guns, you know, there's plenty of ways to bomb a plane, technically, okay? But again, the Iron Dome is not an actual dome, and a no-fly zone is not actually a fucking, like, you know, a barrier that you magically put on top of this. All right, let's see what Boris Johnson has to say, though, having said all that.
Observe how our children are, instead of planes, are protecting NATO from the missiles and bombs. What's the alternative for the no-fly zone? We have planes here, we have air defense system in Poland, in Romania. NATO has this air defense. At least this air defense could shield the Western Ukraine, so that these children with women could come to the border. It's impossible now to cross the border. There are 30 kilometers of lines. Imagine crossing the border with a baby or with 2 children. I'm so glad that Samantha Power is coming here to the border from the Polish side. Let her come to the border from the Ukrainian side and see that.
I love
Britain guaranteed our security under Budapest Memorandum. So you're coming to Poland. You're not coming to Kyiv, Prime Minister. You're not coming to Lviv. Because you're afraid. Because NATO is not willing to defend. Because NATO is afraid of World War III. But it is already started. And these are Ukrainian children who are there taking the hit. You're talking about more sanctions, Prime Minister. But Roman Abramovich is not sanctioned. He's in London. His children are not in the bombardments. His children are there in London. Putin's children are.
I mean, yeah, of course, there is the hypocrisy of the West carving out specific sanctions for some of their top whales. However, once again, instituting a no-fly... Can you answer my question, ZZZ? Can you explain what's wrong with NATO and what's an alternative for it to protect Baltic countries? No, I can't right now. That's a super long story that I don't want to get into. Okay? She's telling him to start World War III as if there won't be millions of children in other countries that would get fucked up. I mean, but like, here's the fucking problem. Your alternative to that is basically saying, hey, you know, Ukrainian children, some of you are going to fucking die. And that's a sacrifice that, like, we in the Western states, we're willing to make that because we want to take a utilitarian approach and make sure that, you know, a nuclear, a full-scale nuclear fallout does not happen. Okay? For you are so ignorant and wrong with our takes all the time and not able to take criticism. Most of the chat loves and agrees with you, including me, but selfish chatters keep derailing you, not recognizing your good deeds and well-intentioned anti-war takes. Wait, what? I'm so confused what that take was. It was like... Anyway, let's continue.
In Germany, in mansions. Where are all these mansions seized? I don't see that. I see that my family members, that my team members are saying that we are crying. We don't have where to run.
He was baiting you to read a compliment? Probably. Okay, what is Boris saying to the...
To run.
Well,
This is what is happening, Prime Minister.
well, thank you very much for
Holy fuck, Boris Johnson's Boris Johnson's audio is
your
terrible.
questions, and thank you for getting here today. And I'm glad that you have been able to get here. And look, I just want to say that I'm acutely conscious that there is not enough that we can do as the UK government to help in the way that you want. And I've got to be honest about that. And when you talk about the no-fly zone, as I said to Volodymyr Zelensky, I think a couple of times, unfortunately, the implication of that is that the UK and would be engaged in shooting down Russian planes, would be engaged in direct combat with Russia. That's not something that we can do or that we've...
He's right. He's right. I mean, these are people that I fucking yell at so frequently. Boris Johnson, a fucking Tory piece of shit, despite being, you know, Ottoman secretly and doing Ottoman fifth column type, you know, restoration of the Islamic Caliphate globally, inshallah, brothers, secretly within the UK government. But other than that, I mean, he sucks, right? He's a racist, dog shit person. He's awful, a terrible Tory. And same with Joe Biden. Brandon, I hate him too. Okay, I fucking shit on Joe Brandon all the time. I say let's go Brandon all the time. However, you know, he's right when he says we can't fucking bring troops. We can't do a no-fly zone. So when I see like these horny like foreign policy correspondents, not her, because she has like a vested interest, she has a genuine fear of what Russia is doing, but like when I see American foreign policy people who are like, yeah, let's do a no-fly zone, like, dog, you've been in this shit for so long. Like, you've literally gone to every single fucking country where America has engaged in conflict, and you know what a no-fly zone is. Why are you saying that? Like, if you're the head of like NBC's if you're NBC's top foreign policy correspondent, you perhaps shouldn't be talking so horny about like getting a NATO nation to enforce a no-fly zone. That's crazy. Like, you're a crazy person.
So thankful for Hasan.
If war begins, US and UK, NATO, we should win. We shouldn't be scared. What? NATO doesn't force membership. You have to apply to NATO. Being a member of NATO is very important for Eastern European democracies. You can be anti-American foreign policy and pro-NATO. Me being a Finnish leftist, I find your NATO take very confusing. Okay, we're not having a conversation about NATO right now. Okay, please stop. Is NATO not just a defensive alliance? If one NATO nation enters a war, others have to join? Yes. Yes. That's the point of NATO. But NATO is not just simply a defensive alliance. America has utilized NATO to bomb other countries regularly. However, they can't do that to fucking Russia, obviously, because Russia is a nuclear power. But that doesn't mean that NATO in and of itself is just simply a defensive alliance, okay? NATO has engaged in proxy wars. NATO has engaged in bombing campaigns time and time again. We're not going to get into it right now. It doesn't matter. Right now, what matters is war in Ukraine and how to prevent it and how to stop further casualties from occurring, okay? And the Western media cheering this fucking war on and you know, fantasizing about like civilian Ukrainians becoming enemy combatants and get fucking gunned down by machine gun fire is psychotic to me. That's why I always say, like, fucking run if you have the opportunity. If you're in Ukraine, get the fuck out, no matter how you can. Straight up. Dude, boots on the ground conflict doesn't mean nuclear war. Okay, man. I've talked about this time and time again as well. Why do you think countries have nukes? Why? Why does Russia have nukes? Why is the United States of America saying we're not going to send troops into Ukraine? Think about that. Just think. It's not me saying this. It's the American government saying this. They love war, right? You know this. Even if you're a Zoomer, you know America loves war. Why are they not fucking going into Ukraine? Think about it. Why are they not officially going to Ukraine?
Rule number 4, have a big dick. $18 wow Arjan holy.
The Pentagon says that in the United States and NATO, the issue of a no-fly zone over Ukraine is not even being discussed. There will not be done. My local news. Yeah, the only people that are having a fantasy over a no-fly zone being issued is fucking extremely online people that don't understand what a no-fly zone is. And the same with like putting boots on the ground. Like the same with like sending in like official state troops, like people from different states that are openly fighting for NATO nations, and then escalated into full-blown nuclear conflict.
Like a hate watcher. Sorry at HasanAbi.
Strangest thing, the entire world watching a massive Russian armor formation plow towards Kyiv. We cheer on Ukraine, but we're holding ourselves back. NATO Air Force could end us in 48 hours. Understand hand-wringing about what Putin would do, but we can see what's coming. This guy's at MSNBC, and no, I don't think you can see what's coming because you clearly don't understand what you are saying. Thank God that like even fucking Brandon and Blinken and all of those other guys recognize something that these fucking weirdos at MSNBC don't, okay? Why don't they send in like undercover SEAL teams or something? What do you mean? Why don't they send in undercover SEAL teams or something? What leads you to believe that that is not already happening? Come on, dude. Are you kidding me? There's a reason why Ukraine opened up waived all visa requirements for foreign fighters to come into the country. That's going to happen already. That's already happening, probably.
Let's go.
I mean, we have no information on it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. We've already seen some old veterans, military contractors, mercenaries, spec ops guys inside of Ukraine. They don't have their patches on. They don't have their full gear on, but, they're there. They're fighting. And that will continue, okay? And that's what is going to happen. I was surprised that they would even openly send planes, like planes that the Ukrainian Air Force is capable of flying. That was definitely a way more, that was a aggressive step as well. But I think Russia has its hands full currently. Could the Navy SEALs just assassinate Putin and the whole war would be over since Putin is authoritarian? That's so cute. That's pretty cute that you think that the Navy SEALs are capable of doing that. That is American imperialist propaganda that has rotted your brain a little bit. It's nice. It's a Zoomer take. I'm being nice. I'm being nice. I'm not like dunking on you or anything. But no, they can't do that because you know, Vladimir Putin is not an American asset, or not an American asset, or like doesn't have a history of being an American asset, and is hiding away in a fucking compound in like an aligned allied state like Pakistan to the United States of America, next to the Annapolis of fucking Pakistan, you know, jerking off the hentai. Okay, he's in like the Ural Mountains or wherever the fuck in a cave with the rest of the oligarchs. And also, as a, you know, ex-KGB guy, is probably pretty fucking well protected. It's not that easy. That would actually be an act of war, by the way. Special operations, like formerly recognized by the United States, trying to go and assassinate Vladimir Putin would trigger nuclear war. Bizim Türklerin bordo verileri yollayayım demesi gibi amına koyayım. Amerikalılar harbi salak. Ama biz de Türkler de salak, Amerikalılar da salak işte. Herkes salak.
Yo.
You know, don't get me started on fucking SEAL Team 6, okay? The best thing they know how to do is blow up fucking helicopters on their way over to kill a compound full of people that are mostly not even armed, okay?
Happy to be here for 8 months.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, they're gonna go find Putin somewhere in like literally just the fucking most eastern point that makes it impossible to penetrate from like near a border.
Thank you for the talk.
And they're gonna find him and they're gonna kill him. Like, get the fuck out of here. Do you know how many fucking Black Hawk helicopters will be destroyed in the process? I don't really understand their take. Would a no-fly zone, enforced or not, actually hurt the Russians meaningfully? Yes. A no-fly zone means fucking putting up like foreign air forces, like NATO nation air forces flying over fucking Ukraine. So yes, that would be a huge escalation from NATO nations.
Hells yeah, brother.
Is feeding intel to the Ukrainian army also considered boots on the ground or major involvement, or is that okay? They do that already, and they have been doing that. If you think that they're not doing that, I don't know what to tell you. Like, America and NATO nations are going to continue doing every single thing they can do without like fully just sending in soldiers. They'll turn the other cheek to veterans that want to join in the international call to arms. Okay? As long as they're not like officially sanctioned and recognized as like American combatants, you can go there and you can fight. They'll give a fuckload of weapons. They've given training. They've done training for the past 8 years. They've given a lot of weapons to Ukraine. A lot of NATO nations, including Turkey, have given drones. They've also partnered up and created like armored personnel carriers. We talked about all of this already. Since 2014, the Ukrainian military has totally beefed up by NATO countries. They probably share intelligence. I mean, they definitely share intelligence, but everyone is doing that. But they're not going to officially send troops or officially institute a no-fly zone, because that would mean a country is like a NATO nation is directly engaging in hot battle in conflict with Russia. And that is nuclear holocaust. People have also said we could destroy the Russian convoy right now. No, they don't understand. Like, there isn't enough fucking bombs for a 40-mile convoy. Like, people think like, bro, Ukraine has 12, not even 12, I think, Bayraktar drones, okay? Like, people literally think, you know, Ukraine is like America or something. We are so used to like America that...
Hey, where the problem at? I'm spinning off.
We literally think like, you know, why don't they just like wipe out fucking... a 40-mile convoy. It's not 40 miles, it's 3 to 4. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, it's 3 to 4 miles of a convoy. People just literally think like, why don't you just zap them? You can't do that. People think you unlock that. People think you unlock the AC-130 incoming when, you know, sorry guys, Ukraine just hasn't got the kill streaks yet. Okay? Like, when Ukraine gets the kill streaks, we'll unlock the fucking we'll unlock the fucking bombers, dude. It'll be great. Oh, this was a really cool video. I gotta show this. Apparently Putin, ingenious critic of W's Iraq war debacle, forgot how many angry Fallujah locals mobbed and protested occupying U.S. soldiers to leave in April 2003. All it took was nervous soldiers shooting protesters and the insurgency starts full swing. Apparently some want to believe that the Russian occupiers are gonna hold their fire on protesters like this for another month or two. Good luck with that.
Hassle.
What happens when one vehicle breaks down on that massive convoy? I mean, they could hold it back, but their strategic best interest is most likely to allow some parts of the convoy to come in, so they can stop it from further mobilizing within the city. They can go around it at this moment, especially because they're like still they're still not in the cities. It's probably tactically more efficient to blow up specific pieces of the convoy, specifically like the anti-air missiles or the fucking bombers that are driving when they reach cities in choke points, so you can do the most damage. The reason why there are so many fucking, up until this moment, there's so many like broken down Russian battalions and trucks on the side of highways and shit, is because they kept exclusively sending in smaller battalions. They did not refuel them, and it's seemingly conscripts that thought that they were going to, and this is anecdotal, I don't know how much of this is real, this part, but it's conscripts that were told that they were going to Belarus and just doing training in Belarus, and like they even had like fucking return tickets and shit, and that they legitimately thought that they were just doing training exercises. And part of the reason why they weren't told, like the fucking actual boots, okay, weren't told about it, is probably a matter of security concern, that Russia did not want to. Some of the battalions knew that this war was going to happen, and some of the battalions thought that it was just a simple training exercise, possibly to hide intelligence from, the United States and have the element of surprise, I guess. But there's a lot of people, there are a lot of Russian POWs that you see that are all fucking kids, and they're just like, I don't know what the fuck to do here. I don't know what I'm doing here. I didn't realize that this was what was going to happen. And that's, that's going to change soon, or it has already changed. Because this is like supposedly a special military operation, but it's turning into a full-scale bombing campaign very, very rapidly. And I kept saying over the course of the past week, like, don't get super confident, don't get super confident, don't get super confident. Things might actually take a turn for the worse. And I'm afraid we're getting there, like worse than what it's been so far.
8,008,135.
Домой! Мы безоружные! Фашисты!
No, they're just shooting the air. They're not shooting them.
Вы будете по мирным стрелять! У нас нет оружия!
Did you ever wait? The person who asked, "Why don't you give to Doctors Without Borders?" Would you consider donating to MSF rather than CARE? It's too late. I already started working with CARE, but I will do another one for Doctors Without Borders as well. I work for both NGOs, and I think Doctors Without Borders aligns more with your goals, or even Oxfam. No, I do love Doctors Without Borders. I think they're great, and it's probably the best in the NGO sphere, and We'll do that. I will do that. But this time around, the money that we're raising with CARE. Okay, they reached out to me first, so that's just, it is what it is.
6 months of primetime baby. Yeah, crimes up in the chat.
Домой! Домой!
Putin is bad. Putin is very, very bad.
Домой! Домой!
Putin bad.
Вам тут не Россия!
We should send you to Ukraine.
The chatter's asking what the Z's are on the trucks. It's to indicate that these are Russian trucks, that they're the invading forces trucks. And the reason why you have to brand your trucks with something additionally is because this is a unique situation where you're invading a country. I think it's the reason why they have the Z is because they're showcasing that they're Russian invasion troops. No, not Z is for Zoomer. Z Zapad equals Zapad West. I mean, there's
love you, Hassel.
But they basically fucking they have the same gear and same equipment. That's part of the reason why the Ukrainians also have yellow. Ukrainian troops have yellow armbands, whereas the Russian troops have red armbands. Like you'll see. A lot of the Russian troops, not all of the Russian troops, but a lot of the Russian conscripts have red armbands. It's to reduce friendly fire. It's to try to, Zapad Z West V Vostok East. Wrong, it means Eastern Battalion V. No, it's directional, but the reason why they fucking put those on is because they want to make sure that they reduce friendly fire, though that's true. Z refers to what? It's for reducing friendly fire and logistics. Kind of they're crazy the restraint they're showing here. Consider they're violently arresting their own citizens for protesting. I mean, they probably have pretty clear rules of engagement. It's same with the U.S. military. The irony is obviously the U.S. military is fucking dog shit, and so is the Russian military. Invading forces are fucking horrifically brutal, but they follow rules of engagement in a lot of situations better than police do domestically because. That's just how it is. Don't shoot until you're shooting at don't shoot until someone is shooting at you. The American police literally fucking will easily brutalize you faster and pull out their gun and shoot you faster than an invading force will. That doesn't mean that the invading force is not brutal. Don't misunderstand me, but you don't want to, I'm sure you don't want to be the fucking first guy that shoots the random civilian because you got scared. And then you immediately guarantee a insurgency for 10 fucking years. Russian officer's view on what you're talking about. In this thread, I'll be summarizing an interview with Vladimir Trukhan, a colonel who serves at the Central Office of the Ministry of Defense of Russia. Obviously, it's heavy on Russian propaganda, but I think it's still helpful to understand a few things in the RU perspective. There are no conscripts in the military operation, only trained professionals. That's why Belarus doesn't participate. Their army is all conscripts. So if someone is squealing about corpses of Russian conscripts, you can spit in his face. Yeah, totally, dude. Those guys definitely. Those literal fucking 18-year-olds that people keep, that people keep fucking capturing videos of. Those guys definitely are not. They're definitely super trained, super well-trained professional killers. Anyway, that's the Russian propaganda.
Hang in there, Hasan. Don't listen to all the.
The Ukrainian number of 3,500 Russians KIA is ridiculous. Such a number of dead would mean several times the number of wounded, which means that all roads would be jammed with ambulances plus mass deployment of field hospitals. It would be impossible to hide this. I I don't disagree with that take. I do agree that it's a ridiculous number. I've said this already. That is, you know, I mean, it's probably fucking high, but it is ridiculous to think that it's like 3,500 fucking Russians have been killed in action. Like, that's a ridiculous number. You talking shit? The invaders don't shoot civilians because the world is watching?
You are the
The
most
world is always
pro-Putin,
watching
clearly.
war. What the fuck do you mean? The world is
doesn't even
always
like himself
forever
as much
watching
as you
war
do.
now. Chelsea said she thought it wasn't that far off, right? Yeah, she did. I disagree with her on that. I mean, I think it's, I mean, I asked her and she said that it's, you know, it is lower than that, but not much lower. But I do think it's much lower. The number is now increased to 5,700 or something, by the way. Not killed. Ukrainian Minister of Defense said that 1.5 plus 3K wounded or something like that. Anyway, the cases of solitary Russian POWs, which Banderite propaganda spins are unlikely. An AWOL soldier who went to a neighboring village to buy moonshine could be captured, but he's not a fighter. He is a laggard. Single soldiers don't break away during fights. That's also bullshit. I think that is like the Russian military propaganda. Banderite propaganda spins. Like, everything in Ukraine right now is not Banderite propaganda. Is there Banderite propaganda in Ukraine? Certainly. But everything that you're seeing in the fucking fog of war is not Banderite propaganda. They're doing Ukrainian propaganda. And the reason why they're doing that is because you're fucking bombing them and you're killing them. And they want to make sure that their fucking people fight back. Anyway. When you fell off the exploding paratrooper plane, you are not injured. Same for trucks, same for tanks. Heli, those numbers are real.
The next unbanned review. I'll be good, I promise. Smile. I'm originally from Ukraine, so your Nazi talk triggered me a bit. I didn't say anything crazy, but I get that you got annoyed by all the comments. Much love.
I have no idea who this person is. We've banned so many fucking people in the past, past month, I think, leading up to this. It's crazy. Yeah. Remember, if I permanently ban you, or if you get permanently banned, that means you have to wait a month to get unbanned, to send an unban request form. 1 fucking month. So just remember that the next time you want to fucking write some snarky shit in here that's going to totally derail the convo. That exploding paratrooper plane is also another bullshit story. Zero evidence of that plane since 2 were shot down on the same night. I haven't seen any additional evidence either. Anyway, let's continue. Incidents of convoys being burned on the march are possible. It's war. Things happen. Someone made a mistake, didn't keep track, had to abandon vehicles and empty tanks. We assume that the abandoned convoys are being burned by the AFU retroactively for stage videos. Also bullshit. Come the fuck on. They literally show Bayraktar fire.
Can you enable CC?
Okay.
I am class but want to watch and stay up to date. Thanks.
They're you know, there's footage of it when they fucking blow shit up. And there's literally footage of them blowing the shit up.
Hassle.
The same with supplies that'll last only 3 to 4 days. A fairy tale of nonsense. Military operations at the level are prepared for at least several months. Everything is calculated and stockpiled in advance for excessive redundancy for all cases. Main idea of the Russian army is that we are not Americans. They are the ones who, when they see something or someone in their way, first throw a grenade, then ask questions. Nobody is going to produce mountains of corpses. If a person does not offer resistance, why shoot? Handing out weapons to the unprepared population, as well as all sorts of Molotov cocktails against professionals, is ridiculous idiocy. 3 or 4 stun grenades is enough to make them shit themselves on the spot, drop their weapons, and run away. The Kadyrovsky, specifically trained to deal with terrorists in urban environments, will mop up the Nazis. Russian forces participating in the operation do not use mortars. I have heard that, yes, the Kadyrov Brigade, the Chechens, are specifically targeting the Azov Battalion. That is what I have heard as well. This is like this was their special designation, which is why they were, you know, like Kadyrov himself has said that we're coming for the Azov battalion. Now they've already gotten like fucking cumstered a little bit, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll see. It's also a bit sus now that everyone donating their band are saying they're from Ukraine too. Yeah, no, totally. I had a massive Ukrainian audience and I just banned all of them, I guess, and they're still in Ukraine and they're sending me fucking messages saying please unban me. You are so, I'm from Russia. You are so fucking clueless, bro. All your takes are so far from what actually happens right now. Just stop. Yeah, totally. The Russian forces are fucking destroying, dude. They're fucking destroying right now. They're doing so well. I mean, this is, why are you getting mad at me if you're from Russia and you want me to be more pro-Russia when this is literally a Russian commander that is talking about. Anyway. Russian forces participating in the operation do not use mortars. All mortar shelling in residential areas, especially in senseless places where there's no military energy infrastructure, are provocations by the AFU and terrorists in order to influence the local population. Yeah, totally, dude. They're fucking bombing themselves. To summarize, there are no non-professionals in the operation. The operation was prepared well in advance in all respects, and the plan had a lot of ramifications for all kinds of events. Obviously, something like should be taken with a grain of salt. No, what the fuck, dude? This is like straight Russian prop. Like 90% of this was like a total copium. 90% of this was like, the only part I agree with is the KIA number, which I've always thought is like too high. And the part where it says handing out weapons to the unprepared population as well as all sorts of Molotov cocktails against professionals is ridiculous idiocy. I mean, it's not ridiculous idiocy in the sense that like it will continue the insurgency and it will make it a lot harder for Russia to occupy Ukraine and it will hurt them, but it's cannon fodder. And also Russians are not professional. Like the say that like they're fucking professionals and they're like doing a really good job. That's crazy.
Under advanced settings greater than accessibility.
Yeah, random militias are creating complex false flags to make Russia look bad. Not pro-Russia in any sense, but it's a massive cope to say they are not winning right now. I mean, winning what? Winning in what regard? What is winning in this circumstance? What is winning? Because there is no winning. The moment that Russia invaded Ukraine, there's no winning. It's all loss going forward. Like, it's all losses. The moment, which is why I kept saying so much that it would be like insane, ridiculous, psychotic to invade Ukraine. Like everyone and anyone that understands what like a law, if you have any, I don't have this, but if you have any fucking military experience, there are plenty of veterans in this community that recognize like how fucking devastating America's occupation in Afghanistan and Iraq looked like, okay? Was that a victory? No. Was that a military victory? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Was that a victory for the military-industrial complex? Certainly. But Russia does not have that same material interest. I don't think. Which is why it's like completely insane that they did this. Russia seems way more cautious with Ukrainians, unlike how lethal they were in Syria. Yeah, no shit, because they're not fucking fighting random brown people in Syria from their point of view. They're fucking, they're killing their neighbors. And not only that, but also they have a genuine interest in maintaining the occupation. But that can change, and it seems like it's changing a little bit. They're ramping up the pressure. If there was a dial, okay, if there was a dial, a brutality dial, they literally went from like a 3 to, which a 3 is still, of course, it's an invasion, so is still incredibly deadly, incredibly devastating, to like a fucking 7, or not a 7, but like a 6. Okay? There is no dub.
Can you explain what's wrong with NATO and what's an alternative?
There is no dub in this situation. Like, there is no dub. Russia's economy is destroyed. Russian civilians are just gonna fucking die for no reason back in Russia. You know, exposed. He said, I don't think, revealing that he is actually not thinking. Yeah, you got me. What? Come on, bro. What is this? A video shows Ukrainians blocking Africans from getting on rescue trains. We already saw this. We stand with the people of Ukraine against the unrighteous Russian invasion. But let's take a moment and talk about racism, anti-blackness, social injustice. We covered this already. Like, I talked about it already.
My fave food lol.
Russia is criminalizing misinformation about the invasion, while Russia moves to criminalize unofficial information about the invasion of Ukraine. March 4th, the State Duma meet for special session to discuss legislation that would make it a felony to disseminate disinformation about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's fucking not good.
Love.
A thread from a CNN producer whose sister was held at the border for being a person of color. My sister was trapped in Ukraine is a thread about her incredible journey to reach Poland. During her escape, she experienced racism, injuries, freezing temperatures, and sleep deprivation. Her story is one of the hundreds of thousands of people trying to get out. My sister's adopted. She's from Sierra Leone. Her birthplace is a significant role in prolonging her exit. She was staying in Kyiv when the war broke out. She and those she was with attempted to leave. Cars were standstill from Kyiv to Lviv, a city in the west Ukraine to Poland's border. They managed to find a driver who said he could take them to Dnipro, a city in East Ukraine near Russia's border. From there, they hoped to get on a bus or train to Lviv. The driver charged them $700 for a 7-hour journey. Once they arrived in Dnipro and noticed the bus and trains weren't working, they begged the driver to take them to Lviv. He agreed for another $1,500. They piled in a small sedan, 8 of them, including a 13-month-old baby, ready for the 15-hour journey back west. Holy shit. After reaching Lviv, the driver said he would continue on to get them to the border, but after 30 hours on the road, he said he had to go back to Kyiv. My sister and her friends had to leave the car and attempt to reach the border on foot. After walking 10 hours in freezing temperatures, they decided to leave their belongings to lighten the load.
I'm trying to ask for help, but nobody's to help, and the police ain't picking calls either. Like, and I don't just want to throw my suitcases because I see people be throwing their suitcase, and I don't just want to throw all my stuff like that. So I don't know what to do. And we stuck, it's like 3 hours away still with walking. So be there, I don't know what to do. People ain't trying to help.
This is fake, broski? Wait, what? What the fuck do you mean it's fake?
If she don't mess with Hasan, she right wing.
You need to prove that it's fake right now. If you have proved that this is fake, you have to literally fucking send it right now, or I will ban you. I want to laser you into fucking space, dude. I want to put you on a rocket ship to the fucking sun if it's not. I mean, I definitely can't assume it's real, Lamau. What the fuck? I need to know what he meant, why he said that. This is a war hog. He's been following you for a week. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna continue. Bro, it's 5 different vids I've seen all over the internet, just different captions. When they arrived at the border, they were not let in. The lines were formed, one for white people, the other for everyone else. Only Ukrainians were being left over the border. Thousands of people were forced to sleep outside in the cold. Fires were started to keep the people warm. First of all, that's not true. Okay, here's a ban for you. I mean, I've seen. Like, how are they the same people, dude? in all of these videos, they seemingly are the same people. It's like the easiest thing you can disprove, by the way, if that's the case. Like this dude, this fucking CNN producer just making shit up, dude. They're like literally the easiest.
No ads for me now.
He wasn't even watching. Like, she's speaking in English, and he was like, oh, the captions are wrong. What do you mean, dumbass? She's literally speaking in English. Okay, let's continue. When they arrived at the border, they were not let in. 2 lines were formed. The next morning, my sister fainted. She was exhausted from all the walking and hadn't gotten proper sleep and food in days. An ambulance picked her up at the border and drove her 4 miles back east. She was given fluids and finally got some rest. After leaving the hospital, they got the ride back to Lviv with hopes of getting a bus ticket since crossing on foot is not an option. What was supposed to be a 2:30 bus trip took 24 hours to reach the border. Once the bus finally made it on the border, the same border she was at 2 days before, someone announced that all blacks need to get off. My sister and her friends bravely refused to get off.
They are actually telling blacks to leave the bus. They can only cross with Ukrainians. They're telling blacks to leave the bus. We all pay for the bus ticket, and they told us we're going to Poland. If they knew this was going to happen, they shouldn't let us in. And now they're only telling blacks to calm down. They said it. So what I'm going to do is, if any of the military guy comes in here, we're going to have to put the phone on record and everything. Even the Ukrainian people, they are feeling sad. They are like, no, they shouldn't do that to us. We don't deserve it. So if anything happens, I'm going to have it all on recording. And I'm going to send it to you. And no, this is so unfair. We haven't done nothing. If they do this, I'm going to have everything on recording and send it to you. They are actually telling.
They remember the same racist treatment that thousands of others have reported at the borders, bus, train stations across the country. Foreign students fleeing Ukraine say they face segregation and racism at the border. After sitting at the border for 5 hours, they were finally let through, ending their 4.5-day journey. My sister is lucky. She's safe in a hotel where she was able to shower and sleep in a bed. There are still thousands of people in her shoes trapped on the other side. More than 500,000 refugees have fled Ukraine during the Russian invasion, according to the UN. Some Ukrainians have been claiming that all these racist claims aren't true. These motherfucking whites can't not be racist even when being comstered by other whites. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, dude.
18 months be.
Like, this doesn't take away from the fucking brutality that the Ukrainians are being subjected to by Russians, clearly. But my lord, dude, like, they're still humans, brother. What the fuck? Like, them being black or brown doesn't even, that doesn't change the reality. They're still humans unless you're like deeply a racist person. Yeah, famous Russian propaganda outlet CNN. These motherfuckers will say everything is. Dude, that's the other part. Like, Russia is very careful and very deliberate with the propaganda. They love that shit. They love doing misinfo. And so does America, right? But the most annoying part about like American propaganda is that they will literally turn something that is true and say, well, Russians are saying it's happening, which means it must be fake. And it's like, well, no, it's true. Like, it's literally true. And you're still saying it's fucking propaganda. It's Russian propaganda. Motherfucker, it's still true. They're using it as a propaganda tool, but that doesn't change the reality that it's fucking true. Why do you think all white people are racist? Like, what the fuck are these takes at that chatter? They're not. I don't think that chatter thinks all white people are racist. He is Indian. But I don't think he thinks that all white people are racist.
Hasan, you look so different in a white t-shirt.
Thanks. Do you think Russia's still holding back with his military equipment? Yes. Anyway, that's interesting information from that side. How big of a role do you think semantics and miscommunication is in this war? Semantics and miscommunication is a gigantic role in every war, because the war is being fought on all fronts. Russian propaganda might be powerful within Russia, but it's not going to be as powerful as to like completely hide something that is entirely unjustifiable. But more importantly, American propaganda or Western propaganda has a lot more staying power internationally than fucking Russian propaganda does, obviously. Like, they already got their shit pushed in. Like, Russia Today is like completely clapped from YouTube. You know what I mean? They immediately were like, they slapped sanctions onto Russian state departments so that they can't even fucking extend their reach into Western nations. So they dealt with that very quickly. You know what I mean? All the not racist white people in chat mad? Yeah, I know. Okay, look, white people making it about themselves again? Of course. From the moment a Russian nuclear launch is detected, everyone on the East Coast will have 22 minutes to tweet about why this proves they were right. Prepare accordingly. Yeah, I will definitely do that. 1000%. I don't give a fuck. If the nukes are launching, I'll be live most likely, and I'll say, hey, fuck all my haters. Inshallah, I will see you in hell, okay? I will see you in Jahannam. To all my fucking haters that said I was wrong, I will see you in Jahannam. I will punish you, okay? I will punish you alongside the shaitan, okay? Pro-Ukraine propaganda is literally winning the misinformation war at the moment. If anything, that's been the biggest Russian failure so far. No, I think Russia's military failure is Russia's biggest failure so far. But then, yes, they are absolutely getting their ass cheeks clapped on the propaganda front. Yes, war is fought on the misinformation side and information side as well.
7 months hassle.
And the Ukrainians are fucking destroying Russia, like absolutely destroying it. Obviously, they also have a big lead here, considering that, one, they're in the right. Two, the entirety of the Western world stands with them. Okay. And, three, they've had like a long time to build this stuff up since 2014. Putin approval ratings presumably went up 60 to 70%, my family says, from Moscow. Yeah. That's fucking low.
10 months of leftism poggers.
No rally around the flag. George W. Bush, 94%. Putin started off at 70% and it dipped down to 60 according to Russian polls, right? Which means it's probably much, much lower. Not like super low. Definitely still higher than what the West thinks.
Oh, hey. 3 months.
Definitely higher than what the West thinks.
2024.
But not as high as their actual numbers are. But Putin's popularity definitely went down in the past couple of years. It's certainly it happens when you engage in an act of war. There's a rally around the flag effect. It's like it's a classic thing that occurs. Surprised that it's not at 94% like George W. Bush was, though. So think about that. Important for you to understand. What? Slovakia? What happened with Slovakia? Some dude was a bit pro-Russian here in the Czech Republic, and he's being investigated by police. What happened to democracy and free speech? Huh? Interesting. Dude, yeah, no, it's over. It's war. Have you guys never been through war? Like, America was like this. Post 9/11 America, dude. Try being fucking Muslim in post 9/11 America. You crazy? trying to get fucking tortured forever for the rest of your life in some fucking, you know, in some prison island. Not even Muslim, just brown. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's war. When war starts, it's over. It's a wrap. Hasan, we are 20. Okay, well, I know you just, you know, you don't know. Okay, shut up.
Thanks for the great coverage, Hassel.
Slovakia is banning people from being pro-Russia up to 25 years in prison, lol. At the same time, they're charging people for going to fight in Ukraine. Both sides. What the fuck? What? I have not heard of that, dude. That's insane. What are they doing? They are the biggest big brain centrists in this conflict.
Situation because she'll absolutely be for Ukraine, but completely fail to recognize how the US has done the same in the past.
Guys, remember when I talked about Cuba and how authoritarian Cuba is, especially when it comes to information and spreading of information? And when I was talking about that, I told you they've been in active conflict with the world's largest fucking imperialist superpower in their backyard for, you know, since their revolution. So that is the reason why they're like that. Okay? That is the reason why they're like that in Cuba. Notice how even if it's America in war with a country that like they're not even like directly involved in, you see how people get fucking riled up. That's what happens during war. That's how it works. In Slovakia, there are people paid by Russian government to write disinformation and do propaganda, nothing to do with free speech. Wait, first of all, that is literally, you just described, you know, free speech and then said it has nothing to do with free speech. No, that's how it works. I'm just saying, like, I don't agree with that, but that is literally what free speech is.
I'm from Ukraine originally.
He said,
loads of family in
he said, oh, it's nothing to do with free speech. It's just free speech. You know, fuck free speech.
Please unban. I got triggered by the Nazi talk. The country has problems, but not all people bad.
I've never said all people bad. I've never, ever in a million years said that, like, all Ukraine bad, all Ukraine Nazi, any of that. So, suck me. Anyway, did you talk about the Belgrade bombing? How no one's talking about illegal weapons news is short.
Get laid before nuclear winter.
Oh shit! The Biden admin is releasing 30 million barrels of crude oil from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve to combat rising fuel prices sparked by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The White House said. Literally fucking news from 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago, baby. 8 fucking minutes ago. Look at that. At the top of the hour, we're giving you all the news as it happens at the top of the hour every hour. And there's also a 60-second ad break that's coming currently. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account.
Love with a smile.
Right. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here is the 1-minute ad break now. Twisty P is weighed in. What the fuck? What do you mean by Russia's military failure? They have way more equipment and tracks and military aircrafts. They're on everything way ahead of Ukraine, and you keep calling this a failure. Yet you can use it anytime, but they haven't. Didn't yet. Nobody knows what will happen next. I haven't seen what Russia can do.
Thanks for the
dude.
Rod love.
You're missing my point. Okay. I think they thought that they could fucking take over Kyiv, or they could choke out Kyiv with the forces that they sent in immediately in a matter of 2 fucking days. And that as long as they were doing strategic bombing, that they would be able to cut off the Ukrainian air support, and that there would be no air support whatsoever in Ukraine. That was a gigantic fucking failure. They failed on both of those fronts. They weren't able to do that. And now, as a part of this failure, they're increasing the brutality, which was going to happen regardless, but still, they're doing that. Series of explosions have been heard from some distance from Kyiv moments ago. The EU Parliament recommends giving Ukraine EU candidate status. Airstrikes on Kyiv hit a Holocaust memorial, Ukrainian official says. UK imposes sanctions on Belarusian people, and organizations over Ukraine invasion. They haven't yet, though. They haven't like full blown hit them with sanctions. Like everyone hasn't hit them with the Russia version of sanctions. The U.S. oil is above $100 for the first time since July 2014. Biden says he'll ensure the West is on the same page about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let's hear. He's going to do a State of the Union tonight, by the way. So obviously we're going to be watching that when that happens.
President Biden.
Yes, of course. Anna, this is a tradition
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
that I've known about since I became a journalist in Washington, which is the day of State of the Union. The president has a lunch with, roughly 10 anchors from various channels. This didn't happen last year before the presentation to Congress because of COVID. I don't think we had a lunch. But there was a meeting of some sort. During the Trump years, it was hit or miss whether or not CNN got invited. But what I can tell you is that the entire luncheon is off the record, so all of the topics that he talks about. But usually there is negotiated afterwards some question, and in this case it was asked of the president, if we're allowed to get one thing from you on the record, what's the most important thing that you want the American people to understand about what's going on right now? And obviously there's a lot going on right now. And he said something along the lines of, I don't have the actual quote, the White House is going to be sending it, but I did take notes. And he asked what we could share with the American people. President Biden said something, and I'm paraphrasing here, but this is pretty close, something along the lines of, my determination to see to it that the EU, that's the European Union, NATO, and all of our allies are on the same exact page in terms of sanctions against Russia and how we deal with the invasion of Ukraine, and it is an invasion. It's the one thing that gives us the power, the unity of NATO and the West. And that was what he thought was the most important thing. And I think thematically you can probably take from that that not only does he think the unity of the European allies and NATO acting together, not only is that important.
Oh, thank God, man. We're united, That's right, baby. We're freaking united. You know what I'm saying? It's good. If Ukraine joins the EU, will that bring Europe in the war without triggering Article 5? I mean, it just depends. I don't know what they would do. I don't know how far they would go. And it definitely wouldn't be a nuclear power, because then it's still NATO. So EU countries get kind of NATO protection, even if they're not in NATO, because they have special provisions that EU had 8 years to accept Ukraine in the EU and woke up only today. No, they didn't really, they were not interested in it, I think. Like seriously interested, or at least like they had before, like 2014 is not when the Ukrainian history starts, okay? For a lot of people, we seem to forget whenever we talk about Ukraine, like Ukraine existed before 2014, before Russia invaded it. NATO only works if a non-NATO power attacks first. Any NATO member who attacks first does not get NATO protection. Thank you, Chelsea. And EU has different rules of engagement or different protective measures when it comes to other EU member nations getting attacked. But they do have like a security pact. I read this. Russian military is using FM radio to communicate.
Boris baby.
Wait, for real? During a fight in the west of Kyiv, we learned that there was a forward operating base in Lyvikovia, to which Yug 95 was sent to bring in the 200 killed in action and 300 injured. We also heard them cry during a fight near Kharkiv. I don't know how real this is, bro. Intelligence acquired since the beginning of the Russian military operation over Ukraine has shown an immense lack of logistic support, making this war one of the most unique in 2022 when it comes to surveillance. A thread. I don't know, man. There's a lot of people who are like, I'm the fucking OSINT understander. Russian radio comms are unencrypted and any radio nerd can tune into them. Have you seen the broadcast by Belarus about Russia invading Moldova? I did see the Belarus clip. We're going to get to it in a second. Today, the Security Council, Lukashenko showed what it looks like an actual invasion map. It shows Ukraine military facilities destroyed by missiles from Belarus, attacks directions. Everything agrees except Odessa, Transnistria. Also, Ukraine is divided into 4 sectors. Invaded Moldova, good one. Why aren't we giving Ukraine strike capabilities to hit back at mainland Russia? Are you fucking out of your mind, dude? Thank God these fucking chatters are not like in any way, shape, or form involved in American foreign policy, dude. Yeah, no, we should do that. And then, fuck it, YOLO, nukes out. At that point, they're not even like unjustified to release the nukes directly in fucking California, well, not California, but like, I don't know if there's like a nuclear submarine off the coast of California, but like at that point, they wouldn't even go. That would make sense for them to do that, dude. Ukraine has already struck in mainland Russia. They have conducted strikes at airports in Rostov. No, but he's talking about like fucking, shelling. Like being able to shell like Russian citizens indiscriminately, dude. That's crazy.
Thanks for all the content.
100% in American chatter. Anyway. Yeah, we should. You know what would be really cool if we literally created the demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea, but this time on the Ukrainian Russian border. That's pretty sick, I think. That will be good, I think. Like we should give the North Korean strike capabilities and like artillery to Ukraine so they can do that to Russia in the situation. While, before they even get out of the war, before they're even able to defend themselves. If If I were to get nuked, I would just hide in my basement, Pepega. Exactly. New military strike in Kharkiv hits apartment complex near hospital. Videos show. A new military strike in Kharkiv, Ukraine has hit an apartment complex near a hospital. The explosion near the hospital comes hours after a military strike caused significant damage to Kharkiv's regional administration building. In one video, a fire rages at a clearly damaged apartment complex located just across the street from the hospital. The building is gone, someone in the video says. In another video, which is an edited series of separate videos outside the apartment complex combined, at least 2 bodies are seen on the ground. I'm not going to look at the video. They're animals, simply animals, someone said, appearing to refer to those responsible for the military strikes. A house, another person said, look at what they've done.
10 months.
A number of people are seen walking away from an apartment complex in the video. People are carrying their suitcases, a voice says in the video.
Five MF months, bitches.
Just to be clear, anyone sends one nuke and it's GG, just like straight up skip World War III, just full on Armageddon? Yes. Yes. Like exactly, yes. That's the point. An assassination attempt on Zelensky foiled. Breaking. Dude. Assassination force loyal to Chechnya's Kadyrov, which was focused on Ukraine's president, has been neutralized, according to Alexei Danilov, Secretary of Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council. I thought the Kadyrov forces were focused on pushing into, I think, Mariupol and fighting in Azov territory, where like the Azov battalion is hyper focused on. I'm surprised that they would have a Kadyrov force like a Chechens that were looking for Zelensky. I thought the forces that were looking for Zelensky, and I don't disagree. Like, I'm sure there are saboteurs, assassination attempts on Zelensky for sure. But if it's true, dude, he's literally living in Kyiv streets. How come did you fail to kill him? I think that they are probably, first of all, if someone is trying to assassinate Zelensky, it's going to be, I believe more that it's the Wagner force and like private military contractors that are trying to assassinate Zelensky instead of yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
The main group looking for Zelensky is the Wagner group, apparently. At least that was the propaganda they put out yesterday. And now they're saying is the Kadyrov forces. No, I think the Kadyrov forces, at least we know 100%. Do you believe all these stories? Which ones do you think are just propaganda? It's all propaganda. The Kadyrov forces, the only reason why I'm saying confidently that the Kadyrov forces are like looking for, or they were training to fight, or they were being sent in to fight the Azov battalion is because they have said that openly. And it confirms what the Azov battalion has been saying as well, which is why they were like getting their guns prepared by fucking dipping them into lard, which is a really stupid use of time for the record, but. Look off screen. What is this? Oh yeah, dude, I saw this. So this footage of this footage in Kharkiv, and I'm gonna show this to you right now. Okay, so this was in Kharkiv, the regional administration building from earlier today, and over a dozen casualties have been reported. There were a lot of people in cars, so that's why there are a dozen casualties. But I'll show you exactly what was. I know I'm not going to show you the fucking death part. I'm just going to show you the bombing.
Putin bad.
So that is a major explosion. Okay, a major explosion in Kharkiv in a civilian area. Luckily, the number of civilian casualties from that are still limited. And it wasn't like hundreds and hundreds of people. That could have been way, way fucking worse. They were targeting, apparently, the recruitment offices, which you can see down here. They didn't really do a good job with that location, but
I love you, HasanAbi.
the recruitment offices were slated to open at 10 a.m. They bombed it at 8 a.m., which doesn't matter because still a bunch of fucking people got blasted. Not exactly very precise. That's U.S. level of aim. What the fuck? I think that the United States has better aiming capabilities. It's just that, you know, the intelligence sometimes doesn't back it up, or rather, they don't give a fuck when their intelligence doesn't. When their intelligence is not 100%, like the last bombing out of Kabul, famously. We have the capacity to be super precise, and we are usually super precise. It's just that we don't really give a shit if the fucking Kharkov, not Kharkiv, channel your inner Turk, Kharkov.
Let's fucking go.
Wow, footage from fighting town. Wait, hold on. I don't want to fucking show anything if it's like, holy shit. This dude just eats a bomb to the face, dude. What is happening? It's Kharkiv. Russians call it Kharkov.
Hasan, keep up the good work. I am friends with leftists and
I love when motherfuckers just zoom out, by the way. He's just zooming out. Casually. Oh, no, it's cool, man. It's cool. I just wanted to see if there's any blood or anything. Oh, it's chill, dude. Whatever. Fuck it. Oh, shit. Time to zoom out. Look at this.
Okay, word.
Bro, the last thing I would do in this situation is poke my fucking head out of the window. What a psycho, dude. What's he fucking doing, dude? He's like, fuck, dude. Okay, time to move on to the next window, I guess.
Taylor Defensive Alliance.
He changed positions. He's good. Didn't the tank on the street shoot that? I think so. He's already there. What else is he gonna do? I don't know. Go indoors and hide?
Poggers.
No, go further indoors. Okay, go further indoors. Like an area where if you were shot again, at least you wouldn't get hit with fucking shrapnel, dude. So you see the tank fight? Look at that. Holy shit. You can literally see it. Oh.
Word.
Most stable content brain streamer? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Ano is okay for the 10 gifted subs.
Is Putin bad toe?
So the tank is just shooting at a random building. I don't know. There might have been like fire coming from the building or something. But that's crazy. Is this a violence porn stream now? Says Weapon Bra. Yeah, totally. If you know me, I famously am constantly fucking showing you like explosions and shit and not hyper focusing on analysis to the detriment of like all the fucking weirdos who just want to do war porn, getting upset at me and yelling at me for not showing more war porn and bombings and boom booms. Weapon Bra. Picture of the building afterwards. Okay, I gotta close this. There's TOS on here. Doinks, you've taken a wrong turn. True profile that is tracking Russian oligarchy just same as the Elon jet tracker.
Love you, Hasan. Keep up the good work.
Taylor Saturn return. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
That's high.
Okay. What else is going on? So we already talked about the Kharkiv strike. U.S. believes that Russia is committed to more than 80 PCT of its three-stage combat power in Ukraine. U.S. believes Russia's main advance on Kyiv had no appreciable movement in the last 24 hours. U.S. assesses that Russia has launcher systems that could be used for a vacuum bomb but cannot confirm use. Russia has launched more than 400 missiles at Ukrainian targets so far. U.S. officials say some Russian troops in Ukraine are running out of food now. No major Russian military move on Odessa so far, officials say. The vacuum bombs are the thermo, like the ones that suck out the air. Thermobaric bombs. But
Why people are happy, _right, less than 3.
Zelensky did an interview with CNN earlier. Some of it is in English. Okay. The Russian forces attacked television tower. We saw that, but here we'll rewatch this part.
At HasanAbi, just take away Russia's nukes.
I don't know if there's like TOS. There's a lot of fucking footage that really just like straight up show shit. Here, I'll show you on the ground. Like, this is what it looks like from the ground.
I was banned on accident.
Друзья, срочно на вышке только что по телеге Киев.
That's what it looks like. Here's another angle.
Big fish.
The tower stands across the road from Babi Yar. The site for one of the worst mass killings of the Holocaust. Yeah, 5 people died in this bombing, by the way, and I think the tower is a TV tower for their TV station. The Russian Ministry of Defense addressed the citizens of Kyiv and told them to leave surrounding area of the TV towers quite a while before the strike. This is true. The Russian Ministry of Defense addressed the citizens of Kyiv and told them to leave the surrounding area. Non-government sources. Bro, this is literally Israel, by the way. Like, this is straight up Israel, dude. This is Gaza. Like, this is Gaza shit. Like, It's madness. It's fucking madness, dude. That the pre-fire, the world's most honorable and most moral military, right? Isn't that what they say? Even the fact that they're bombing a fucking media tower is identical, dude. It's literally identical. It's crazy to me. And the irony, of course, is that people think when I say this, people think I am, condoning what Russia is doing, because their automatic assumption is like condoning Israel's actions. No.
Wow. 13 months. Thanks for rotting my brain.
Okay. Both of these are completely unacceptable courses of behavior, unacceptable actions.
Hello, I'm from the future. Things got worse as despair.
It's literally okay for Israel to do it, but not Russia. Oh my God, I was about to ban you, but you're... Okay, you're siding with Palestine. You dodged it. Fucking dodge that ban, dude. He's being sarcastic. The Algerian government was offered to come retrieve their people in Ukraine. They didn't. Russia bombs Kyiv neighborhoods. Vishneve city outside of the capital, according to the State Special Communications Service of Ukraine. Russia bombs Kyiv neighborhoods. Vishneve city outside of capital, according to the State Special Communications Service of Ukraine. Neighborhoods currently under attack are Rusanivka, Kurenivka, Boyarka, and the area near the Kyiv International Airport, or Zuliani. And that international airport is like 30 miles away from the capital, right? Like the heart of Kyiv. A loud explosion was also heard in Bila Tservka, the city in Kyiv Oblast, where the fuel depot was struck. Ukrainian news agency, Ukrainian news agency reported. The people who are saying cutting off communications, isn't that an adequate strategy in a time of war? That might be a tactical decision. I just don't fucking agree with just even the bombing of Ukraine or the invasion of Ukraine. I am against the invasion of Ukraine. So I don't care if it's a tactical decision. Here is the best tactical decision. Don't invade Ukraine. How about that? How about you tactically don't do that? That's crazy, man. Occupied democracy is trustworthy. Why the fuck are they begging for retweets on every single tweet about Ukraine in a way like retweet if you think Russia is bad? It's so fucking stupid. I'm actually getting mad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's your fault for even seeing those things. I don't.
7 months. Thank you for everything, Hasan and chat hassle.
Any chance people's opinions on American imperialism change after this? What do you mean? Like, are they going to be more pro-American imperialism? Because yes, if you think they're going to look at this and go, wow, we did this in other countries and that's pretty fucked up, maybe I should reconsider my stance on this, then no, they're definitely not going to do that. As a matter of fact, I've seen so many people like rally around the American flag, even though Ukrainians are being fucking murdered on the streets. So, you know, there are so many people who are literally like, they don't even say Ukrainian people. This is not a time to criticize American imperialism. This is not a time to criticize American imperialism. Focus on the course. Stay the course. It's like, dude, I literally cover the situation in Ukraine for 12 hours a day. Okay? 12 fucking hours a day. Like, if you think I'm not covering enough, I don't know what to tell you. I'm certainly covering it. And in the process, if I like briefly touch on something that I at least should theoretically have a say over as an American citizen, which is America's actions that are damn near identical to Russia's actions here,
Chat, you are awesome, Hass.
I don't know what to fucking tell you, okay? a thread on Russian approach so far and where it's expected to go. Now that the Russians have switched tactics from pursuing a rapid victory on the cheap, failed miserably, and reverted to the mean of leveling Ukrainian cities to the ground like they did with Grozny and Aleppo, the goals of the operation are likely changing as well. If at the start Putin was trying to go for a quick decapitation of Ukrainian leadership and installation of a pro-Russian leader, e.g. Medvedchuk, that seems completely unrealistic now, if it ever were. No, he has pretty much turned the entire Ukrainian population against Russia. I mean, that was a GG from the jump, which is why it was so fucking stupid for him to invade, which is why it's unbelievable that he actually invaded. I still cannot believe he did that. Is there a confirmed shooting of vacuum bombs? No. Even the American intelligence, which would have every fucking interest, every reason to lie about this, has not said that vacuum bombs have been used yet. They just said unconfirmed reports that they have strike capabilities, but haven't, but no report on it being used thus far. He also doesn't have time to engage in a brutal occupation, given the internal pressures that are starting to materialize inside of Russia. A number of Russian oligarchs, actors, TV personalities, etc., are coming out against this war on a scale we haven't really seen since the first Chechen war in the 1990s. The unpopularity of this war inside of Russia, not to mention the universal international outrage, is going to multiply dramatically with each coming day, along with casualties. Thus, Putin is going to need a resolution to the war in the next few weeks, or it will create a serious problem for him domestically.
We are grateful for the support we already have.
If Russia's nukes are anything like their 1945 tanks, I think we are good. Lol. Yeah, that's definitely a way to think about the situation. Actually, a great take, because those 1945 tanks were still able to fucking crush through a civilian population, just like a nuke, albeit a shitty one, is still a fucking nuke, and could most likely still wipe out some of them. Out of the 6,000 that they have, will still wipe out big cities. Also, you know, you're going to alert the tankies here. The propaganda working overtime in this chat. Yeah. European plan to donate fighter jet to Ukraine collapses.
Russian D's nuts.
Wait. Wait, that actually... Oh, shit. Wait, what the fuck? So it's not happening? Ukrainian pilots are headed to Poland after other countries pledged to donate used planes.
Thanks,
A proposed deal to allow Ukrainian pilots to fly fighter jets were donated by the European Union countries have fallen apart. Over the course of a confusing 48 hours, the EU announced it had brokered an arrangement for member states to allow Ukrainian pilots to start flying their used Russian fighter planes, only to have those countries deny there was any such deal. What the fuck? Oh no, dude. Even as Kyiv trumpeted the impending arrival of the jets, the dissolution of the deal comes as European countries lined up on Monday to announce new weapons packages for Ukraine, from anti-armor and anti-air rockets to artillery and medical supplies. But the announcement on Sunday, set up by EU Security Chief Joseph Borrell, the fighter jets were also on their way, appeared to be a game changer for European military assistance. You know what's crazy? I feel like a lot of people are just straight up looking at, like, they are actually looking at, like, OSINT Twitter more than I thought. Like, we see it. We see the misinformation early in the day, and then we see it later at fucking CNN, you know? It's kind of wild. Like, confirm your fucking sources, bro. You have people on the ground. What are you doing? What about Ukraine not supplying water to Crimea? They don't care about their citizens? I've already talked about it before. Shut the fuck up.
Let's go 1 year and no ban.
Soon after, Ukrainian government told Politico their country had sent pilots to Poland to pick up the jets, and the Ukrainian parliament announced that the planes from Slovakia, Bulgaria, and Poland will soon be on their way. But by Tuesday, Bulgaria and Slovakia said there was no deal to send fighters, and the Polish president, appearing at a Polish airbase alongside NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg, said no planes will be flying anytime soon. We are supporting Ukrainians with humanitarian aid. However, we are not going to send any jets to Ukrainian airspace. The fuck?
Hit my subadversary, D.
Thanks for covering the war. I have a question. Are you trying to stay objective when you cover the war, trying to see from both perspectives? I have to say I am totally against this war and hate violence. I have heard it is difficult to find information about the war that isn't biased and not trying to use propaganda covering the war. I care about clarity and I care about truth. I'm not looking at this from a both sides perspective. I do think that Ukrainian people are in the right and the Russian government and the Russian military is in the wrong. There is no both sides in the situation. They are 1,000%, 1,000,000% wrong, okay? However, when information comes out, there's propaganda on both sides for sure, and I do try to get as much truth, extract as much truth out of the propagandized information as possible. Part of the reason for why I want to do that is because, just wait, like, this is what's going to end up happening in the fog of war is it starts off with like either side making up shit, like the Russian side claiming that it's the Ukrainian Air Force that is the Ukrainian Air Force is like bombing their own civilian locations so that they can make Russia look bad. It's like, no, that's not the case. Okay. That you just made that up. You literally are fucking lying. What is more likely is that you thought you were hitting a recruitment station and you ended up hitting like a bunch of fucking civilians because, you know, you don't have like super precise weapons. And even though you are trying to be even though you're trying to be as strategic as possible with your striking capabilities, you're still not doing, you know, there's still going to be collateral damage. Civilians are still going to die as a consequence of that. Which is why you should never invade. Why are you mocking Russian accent, though? People are trying to grasp, like, people are trying to jump on anything they can. What? A new copy pasta on Twitter. Hey, Israel, a Russian rocket has hit Babin Yar, a Holocaust memorial in Kyiv, a mass grave of Ukrainian Jews murdered by Nazis during World War II in a country with a Jewish president. They do this for denazification. The hypocrisy is unbearable. We need the hashtag Iron Dome. Please share. Yeah, adding Israel is the smart thing to do in this situation because Israel is the only country that has said no to Ukraine having an Iron Dome. It's true. America was like, hey, we should give the Iron Dome to Ukraine. And Israel was like, no, we should not. I mean, this was before Russia even invaded. Here.
Hi, Hasan.
People love saying like this stuff is like propaganda or you're being anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck. So I want to make sure, you know.
Ukraine is racist, talk about the border, and how they're not letting black/brown people through.
Israel torpedoed sale of Iron Dome to Ukraine, fearing Russian reaction. Report. Kyiv approached the U.S. officials last year in a bid to buy system, but Israel reportedly vetoed the idea.
1.5 years Pogu Arjan.
Yo, some people literally just want me to exclusively talk about the black and brown refugees that are victims of white supremacist racism at the border, I think, the entire day. I have already covered it. I covered it yesterday. I covered it today. I'm going to continue covering stories like that are coming out, and they're completely unacceptable. But like, if you want me to keep repeating it over and over again, then at a certain point, you just don't want me to fucking talk about what else is going on in this like active situation. Why didn't Ukraine just tweet at Russia that they would be gay if they invade? Putin would retreat immediately, self-proclaimed commander-in-chief, and didn't come up with a solution yet. Hasan, I agree. I thought they did for a second. They're doing a lot of memes, you know?
Hey.
For every second you don't cover racism, you yourself are more racist. Yeah, I mean, I am, famously. Yet Israel was still taking in Ukrainian immigrants in 2014 as long as the least one grandparent was of Israeli descent.
Whoa.
No, they didn't do this because they okay, I told you this already. Both Ukraine and Russia are, you know, big time partners with Israel, okay? That's the point. So like Israel didn't want to put their their weight on one side of the conflict. As a Dutch television professional, I just wanted to explain why the racism at the border argument doesn't have any truth to it, and it might be propaganda in an unbiased way. Google that Reddit thread, please.
Hassle.
Yeah, you're right. I should say fuck you to like literally the CNN producer whose like fucking sister has documented every step of their plight at the border. Okay? Fuck that person who is openly, openly fucking mentioning it, openly showing exactly what has happened. And Google a Reddit thread, dude. Keep it in your fucking pants, dude. Zelensky says more than 400 Wagner mercenaries were sent to Kyiv to kill him. Failed. Wagner sources tell us that indeed mercenaries were sent to this goal among others, but not Wagner anymore. It's a new pre-AMC. I don't know where you're getting that information from, but everyone just keeps making shit up. I thought the fucking Kadyrov battalion was trying to kill Zelensky. What happened? So it is actually the Wagner battalion, which is a private military contractor contracted by Russia regularly, led by a fucking bald Nazi skinhead fuck. Israel halted an attempt by the U.S. to transfer several batteries of Iron Dome defense systems to Ukraine over worries it would damage its relations with Russia. According to a report, the defense system's capabilities, especially during the 2021 Gaza war, piqued the interest of Ukrainian officials. The country's representatives began working vigorously in Washington last year to persuade U.S. lawmakers to initiate a transfer of the rocket and mortar defense system to them.
All this time debate brothers were like, HasanAbi hold this L when really it is the whole of humanity that should be holding
Easy
this
there,
L
you're going to
hostage
upset, but I have a
smoke
black
time.
friend crowd? What do you mean?
$12 Let's go.
Anyway. Canadian journalist was talking to a black person at a train station. A Ukrainian guard kicked them out. It was shown on CTV. No, there's so much. There is so much proof and so many like different videos of that at the border that it is wild that people are just like, I don't understand why people just try to say that it's like Russian propaganda. Like Russia Today is talking about it, of course, because they're going to use anything and everything they can to fucking, move the attention, shift the attention away from what they're currently doing. I don't believe that Wagner has a PR group, by the way. I think that that person just made that shit up. There is some weird relation Israel has with Russia. I work at a hotel and there's people with Israeli passports coming over speaking Russian. Are they settlers, Lamau? Dog, you're asking questions that I will not answer because Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House is not here, okay? They have a special relationship. That's all I'm going to say. Go listen to him talk about Russian Israelis, okay? Not me. I don't know. I'm not saying anything, okay? That's separate. But also a very special relationship with Ukraine in the same capacity, for the record. Zelensky said more than 400 Wagner mercenaries. Where is this coming from? Love ugly girls? Or you're just like making this up? Here's a question. Can Putin nuke Ukraine without fear of Western nuclear retaliation? The same reason NATO won't get involved? No. Also, like, people were making fun of me when I said, like, why the fuck would Putin nuke Ukraine? But, like, why would Putin nuke Ukraine? You can't on the one hand be like, Ukraine has natural resources. This is the breadbasket of the East. Like, and then simultaneously say, oh, Putin will just nuke Ukraine. Like, what's the why would they do that? Why would he do that? And proximity wise, it's still terrible for Russian territory. Like the nuclear fallout of that would still be awful for Russia, like actual Russian territory. Winds would blow over the radioactive material. It would destroy entire ecosystems. People think that like a nuke is just like a big bomb, you know? It's like a bomb, but just bigger than like a normal bomb that you would think is big. If you're gonna nuke someone, you would not nuke someone right next door. You would nuke someone far away.
As flex.
Why would he invade? You can never tell what the moves he's making recently. You know what? You're fucking right, dude. I did say Putin would never invade Ukraine. All of the reasons as to why I claimed Putin would never invade Ukraine because it'd be insane are now unfolding right in front of our eyes. However, you know, there is, again, no fucking reason for why Putin would nuke Ukraine. So maybe he'll do it. Okay? Who knows? I don't. I'm not inside of his brain. I don't fucking know. Maybe Putin would nuke himself, actually. Here's a simulation of a nuclear blast in a fucking major city.
In the meantime, I do have something to share for you today. I generally reserve this channel for my own independent projects, but recently I've been working with the folks behind the Nobel Peace Prize, and not only have they been wonderful to work with in terms of support and creative freedom, but they have allowed me to post the video here on my channel. So thank you to them, and here's the film.
I want y'all to understand something.
The unimaginable happened. A major city is hit by a nuclear weapon. Now, no number could account for all the devastation that would result. But we can put a number on the deaths. At least we can make an educated guess based on our understanding of what nuclear blasts do to city structures and people. We'll assume the bomb is detonated in the air to maximize the radius of impact, as was done in Japan in 1945. But here we'll use an 800 kiloton warhead, a relatively large bomb in today's arsenals, and 100 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Upon detonation, a fireball as hot as the sun would expand to a radius of 800 meters. Those near the blast would be vaporized. And within a 2-kilometer radius, all buildings would likely be destroyed. And we'll assume that virtually no one survives inside this area.
Real or fake?
Which, based on population density, would start the death tally at 120,000 people. As you move further away from ground zero, estimating deaths becomes more complicated. From as far away as 11 kilometers.
Just look at how bad Chernobyl was, and it still isn't. It doesn't blow up, and that's it. There's years and years of nuclear waste. Yeah, I think the nuclear fallout of Chernobyl is worse than the nuclear fallout of a nuclear bomb, if I'm not mistaken. I think that like a nuclear bomb is a one and done thing, and it's like fucked up for like 3
growing hot,
like you can I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of nuclear bomb that we're talking about, but yeah, the meltdown is ongoing and steady radiation for an entire region, whereas with nuclear bomb, like you can live there.
21 like the Savage.
Like you can clean up the area and then continue living there after some time passes. However, proximity to a nuke is still pretty significant when you're having a conversation about like Russia launching nukes at Ukraine, especially if you're talking about like their interest personally in like taking an area.
the radiant heat from the blast would be strong enough to cause third-degree burns on exposed skin.
Hey Haz, thanks for everything you've gotten.
And as you
into in
get
the
closer
past
to the
15
blast,
months, you're the best.
the heat becomes so intense that clothing, even skin, would ignite into flames. That said, most people in the city would be indoors or otherwise sheltered from direct exposure. But the very structures that offered this protection would then become a cause of injury, as debris would rip through buildings and rain down on city streets.
At HasanAbi 6 months without ads.
As a rough estimate, we can assume that half the people between 2 and 11 kilometers from the blast are killed, from burns, debris, smoke, collapsed buildings, and radiation sickness, which translates roughly into an additional 500,000 people. Many of these deaths will occur days, even weeks after the attack. Radiation sickness takes about a week to cause death. And much of the dust and ash produced from the explosion will be dangerously radioactive, especially if it originated near ground zero. And the distance the particles travel will depend on the wind and other factors. Now, since this simulation is of an airburst attack, it will produce significantly less radioactive fallout than ground attacks targeting missile silos or bunkers. So we'll go with a relatively small number of deaths outside the 11-kilometer range. If it were a surface blast, the fallout deaths could surpass all other deaths combined, but it's a very difficult number to predict. In theory, radiation deaths can be reduced if people can avoid exposure to the fallout, especially during the critical first few days. Fallout shelters were common during the Cold War, but people rarely build shelters today. And schools no longer practice nuclear war drills. We generally talk less about surviving a nuclear attack. And in a way, it's good that we're less afraid of the bomb now that the Cold War is over. When nations are less on edge, the risk of accidents is arguably reduced.
We had a good run, boys.
But nuclear weapons remain one of the great threats to humanity. And today, we're entering a new era in nuclear weapon history. Long-standing nuclear arms treaties are being reassessed, and countries big and small face the prospect of new arms races.
6 months of paying towards my favorite.
In part because technology is emerging that may give one side a considerable strategic advantage, notably hypersonic weapons. Current nuclear missiles travel around the Earth at high altitudes, making them visible by radar earlier in their flight. Now, some hypersonic vehicles travel close to the Earth, through the atmosphere, at least 5 times the speed of sound, giving defending countries far less time to react. And remember that some of the most perilous moments during the Cold War occurred when countries maneuvered to reduce their opponent's reaction time. And the less time countries have to react, the more likely an accident will occur, or a rash judgment. And then you have smaller nukes that blur the line between conventional and nuclear weapons, providing a more slippery path to nuclear escalation. Now, for ordinary citizens, nuclear weapon policy may seem like a complex, even intimidating topic. But leaders often consider public perceptions when making policy. In many countries, voter opinion is an important factor. Whether you believe nuclear weapons have made the world safer.
Bro, that's why I'm saying, like, if you're a government, dude, you want to build a nation, brother, you need one of them shits. You need one of these, okay? Straight up, if Ukraine never gave away its nukes, they would literally not be in this position right now. They couldn't even use the nukes. The Hasan doctrine is alive and well, boys. I'm sorry. Okay? I'm sorry. I have to be truthful. Hasan doctrine is you need nukes. Never give up the nukes. Okay? And nuclear shelters don't fucking work. Like when a tactical ad break comes at the top of the hour.
Hassle.
And you need to run for a nuclear fallout shelter. And the only thing you have in your hands is something that actually does help, which is a $5 a month subscription or a Twitch Prime, which is free.
Hassle.
Leave me there, leave me there. I'm not leaving Ukraine. Or if you're lucky, maybe you can fucking face it by getting gifted a sub. A gifted sub is like, someone is like, yo, I'm going to a fucking shelter. Do you want to come? Fun fact, Switzerland has the most nuclear shelters. Like the most nuclear shelter space with respect to their population size in comparison to every other country on the planet. Switzerland has enough nuclear shelters. Yes, even more than Albania, a country famous for its bunkers. They have enough nuclear fallout space or nuclear shelter space for, I believe, like their entire population plus like another third. Right? Kind of weird. Kind of weird, Switzerland. Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break now. Thank you, Teddy Dasher, for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Okay, let's continue.
Or more dangerous, both sides generally agree that the bomb brings an unparalleled risk, and that there are things we can do to reduce the risk. Like minimizing how many countries get the bomb, or scaling back Cold War arsenals, or stabilizing technology races, or pledging to never be the first one to strike. Such ideas have often resulted in signed treaties, some of which have held for decades. Some are at risk of expiring, and some just need a final push to become activated. By being steadfast in these efforts and not walking away from diplomatic achievements, we can continue the work of ensuring that this nightmare simulation never becomes a reality. If you would like to learn about specific policies that could help reduce the risk of nuclear war,
Hiroshima before and after. Wait, is this real?
Hello.
95% of the destruction is because wooden houses burnt over days. The future $18 million doomsday bunker in Vegas. Okay, dude, I can't do this right now.
Brain rot. Russia good actually.
Have you been keeping little bottle caps? Yes. A quick video comparing all the nukes in the world size-wise. I mean, not that it fucking matters. I feel like the size of the nuke does not matter. Oh, this is showing like, you know, the blast size of bombs versus a nuclear bomb.
Let's go. Let's get this news pog.
Wow. That's really fucked up that there's a father of all bombs. And that is actually the most powerful one and not the Moab. I thought the Moab was a nuke. No, mother of all bombs, not a nuke. just say something, okay? We're talking a big game about thermobaric bombs and the mother of all bombs and how Russia's gonna use it. You know who fucking used it? I didn't even realize Moab was thermobaric. Thermobarbaric? What? Is that a distinction? I don't even know what the fuck this is. We did, by the way, for the record. That was like the fucking first thing that Donald Trump did, was literally drop a Moab. This video kind of sucks. It's just showing like blast radius. Little boy atomic bomb uranium used on Hiroshima, Japan, World War II. Batman atomic bomb plutonium, deadliest bomb used on civilians, World War II. Callback bomb 1 ton. Radiation fallout worse than blast. This is, I think, the worst video I've ever seen on this. Like, it's actually the worst video I've ever seen on this. Like, there has to be a better video than this. Am I crazy? It's like incredibly scuffed. I can't watch this. I'm sorry. That other video was really good though. Okay, let's see. Ford suspends operations in Russia until further notice. International Court of Justice will hold public hearings in next week over accusations of genocide in Ukraine. Wait, what? Oh, they're going to look into Ukraine and whether or not there's actual genocide happening in Ukraine. That's what they're doing. Okay. All eyes on Putin as crisis escalates.
What's happening there in Ukraine. All eyes also on Vladimir Putin as this crisis escalates. Our foreign correspondent James Longman has the latest from Moscow on Putin and his inner circle. James, hello.
Wait, why is Ukraine the West's fault from 2015? Turns out you agree with Henry Kissinger. Dog, this is not Henry Kissinger. This is John Mersheimer. Henry Kissinger doesn't agree with me, I don't think. What the fuck do you mean? Turns out I agree with John Mersheimer. Oh, yes, I do agree. And I have shown clips of this. Yes. John Mersheimer says that leading up to 2014, there was no conflict, no escalations whatsoever. He doesn't get fully into, I mean, I don't know, actually. He might actually get fully into like the Euromaidan protests and like what it turned into. I think one of the most unacceptable parts of this was EU recognition being considered an act of aggression. I don't believe that. I don't think that like EU recognition inherently is an act of aggression. I don't think that's Western imperialism, even though like they are going to fucking take advantage of Ukraine and Ukrainian, cheap labor in the same way that like EU did for Poland. But watch this. Shut the fuck up.
Hassle.
Wait, Mersheimer in this talks about Kissinger, and Kissinger actually agrees in this? That's crazy. The EU, like Ukraine joining the European Union would definitely be weaponized in the future. Okay, would be weaponized in the future against Russia for sure economically. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about NATO, which they never ever had an interest in allowing. They never had an interest in allowing Ukraine to join NATO, and yet still kept saying, "Oh, we're just gonna have an open door policy." Kissinger does have a good understanding of world politics. I mean, he's just a brutal fucking genocidal psycho. To settle the Ukrainian crisis start at the end. I'm no fan of Henry Kissinger, but I have to admit he does have a very realistic understanding of world dynamics. He writes that the West must understand that to Russia, Ukraine can never be just a foreign country. Russian history began in what was called Kievan Rus. The Russian religion spread from there. Ukraine has been part of Russia for centuries. He points out that Ukraine is divided between the West, largely Catholic and speaking Ukrainian, versus the East, largely Orthodox and speaking Russian. Consequently, any attempt by one wing of Ukraine to dominate the other would lead to a civil war or breakup. He wrote this in 2014. This divide means that to treat Ukraine as a part of East-West confrontation would scuttle for decades any prospect to bring Russia and the West, specifically Russia and Europe, into a cooperative international system. He therefore advises the following. A wise U.S. policy towards Ukraine would seek a way for two parts of the country to cooperate with each other. He would seek reconciliation, not the domination of a faction. He's also adamant that Ukraine should not join NATO. Holy fuck, I literally agree with Henry Kissinger. This is... What the fuck?
No more Rad Saj.
Broken clock? Oh my god. That's insane, dude. I mean, not to say that, like, Ukraine has to be a part of Russia. That's not what I'm saying at all. Do not misunderstand what I'm saying. Okay? That's not. But neutralization, a neutral Ukraine would be a prosperous Ukraine. A neutral Ukraine would be allowed to strategically take advantage of Russian... I mean, not anymore, obviously. This is before this invasion, for the record. Before this invasion. But... because I want to annotate that. So pre-Russian invasion developments are very different than post-Russian invasion. Okay, not anymore. But if you were to consider it, if you were to consider the build-up to this invasion and opportunities for neutralization, a neutral Ukraine is a Russian-Ukraine neutrality is not possible. I think that Russia 100% would have not. Russia did not want Ukraine to be neutral. Of course, Russia wanted Ukraine to be weak and dependent on Russia. Certainly. Same with Europe. Same with Europe. Same with the European Union. Same with NATO. None of those motherfuckers care. Okay, let's be real. Please do not think that America gives a shit about Ukrainian lives. Don't be crazy. They just, I mean, American people might, but the American government does not. No, I meant neutral in the form of neutral like Finland. Finland is a neutral country. Finland is not a NATO country, but an EU country. Okay? Finland is what I mean when I say neutral, okay? And that's, of course, pre-invasion, which is why Finland now has like a 56%, or 53% of Finnish people want to join NATO now. So that's so good job to Vladimir Putin on that one. 100% his fault, in my opinion. I wonder why. I wonder why Finland would do that. I wonder why, after years and years of just simply like cooperating, they were like, hey, maybe we should join NATO. I mean, despite how much we are afraid of like Russia pushing back. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, TJ, announcements on new financial restrictions or penalties come almost daily. One by one, countries and institutions around the world are cutting Russia off. The big question, can any of this stop Vladimir Putin?
For Russia, every day of war is a step further into isolation, ever-tightening sanctions changing the lives of ordinary people. With the ruble sinking against the dollar, foreign reserves frozen, and a ban on foreign dealings with Russian businesses, France's finance minister this morning saying the West intends to collapse Russia's economy.
I don't have that much money, but I took a little bit, but it is worrying.
This woman tells me the ATM didn't work for her, but she was able to line up and get cash from the teller.
Who do you think is to blame for this? Do you think it's Vladimir Putin or do you think it's us, the West?
I support Putin, she says. It's our country. How can I feel otherwise? Another man isn't as lucky as the lady.
You don't have any cash?
And this bank don't have cash.
So you couldn't get cash out of this bank?
No have.
Why?
You know.
Protests continue. Now nearly 7,500 people arrested in more than 100 towns and cities across the country. Putin has his support, of course, but this war could turn back 30 years of progress, and not many want that. The Russian Tourist Board says 150,000 Russians are now stranded abroad. Their flights cancelled, their bank cards not accepted.
What we're dealing with here is a government that's lying to its people, the people starting to figure out that they have been lied to. But because of the repression in Russia, they don't have very many outlets to express their discontent or to do anything about it.
On camera Monday, Putin responding to the newly imposed sanctions on Russia, referring to the West as an empire of lies. And this morning, we're also taking a closer look at Putin's state of mind. Photos of him sitting far apart from his other world leaders and even his own top advisors. Few reports that he's remained isolated in recent years and hunkered down during COVID. So what about his inner circle? Sergei Shoigu, Russia's defense minister, is thought to be closest to him. They've been known to go on hunting expeditions together. Sergei Lavrov, Putin's foreign minister, he may be the public face of the regime, but it's thought not as close to the president. Chief spy Alexander Bortnikov, he's head of the FSB, successor to the Soviet spy agency, the KGB, and apparently a trusted advisor. Those closest to Putin share his Cold War mentality, so even if he is listening to advice, it may only be what he wants to hear.
The dangerous truth of this war is that it's not just an existential crisis for Ukraine, but for Vladimir Putin himself. The route he has chosen, this invasion, means failure is not an option. And so the consequences for this country are dire too. George?
So clear. Okay, James, thanks very much.
Vladimir Putin is a COVID scold, dude. He is very, very scared of COVID. Like, he might not be a COVID scold in his personal life, but he's definitely terrified of COVID.
Retired Marine Colonel Stephen Ganyard. And Stephen, you heard Ian say the battle is closing in. Putin is ordering in Chechens. He's ramping up the air attacks. This battle is clearly reaching a new phase.
Do you believe the theories that Putin's had a bit of plastic surgery done? What? Yo, that's my favorite type of theory because it's like completely inconsequential. I love that. Like, I fucking love that, dude. Because it has nothing to do with anything. It's just like, you don't get to learn anything about why he's like potentially paranoid or anything. Like, at least the COVID stuff is like, you know, the long COVID one was pretty funny. But at least like he's terrified of COVID and he's like isolated himself from the rest of the world. Like that shit is like a little bit more about like, oh, he's paranoid or whatever. But do you think he got a little bit of work done? That's awesome. Yeah, he got a BBL. Yeah, he got a BBL. No, dude. Yeah, he got a BBL and the fucking and it you know, didn't poison his blood, but it poisoned his brain.
Yeah, George, things are changing. The Russians are not caring anymore about civilian casualties. They have to do what they think they need to do, and that's going to include leveling civilian areas. So a big change from yesterday, where things were where the Russians were at least saying we're not going to target civilian areas, but now you look at that impact in the center of Kharkiv. That was a very deliberate action.
The West ramping up its pressure as well. You seem to have this battle between financial pressure from the West targeting Putin and his allies and his country, and the military pressure from Putin.
Yeah, and at this point, it's frankly, as James noted, it's Mr. Putin's future that's on the line here. So as the sanctions ramp up, there are two things that come into play here. Time. Both sides need time. The Russians need things to hurry up. They need to hurry up and take Kharkiv and to bring down the fall of the government. The Ukrainians need time. They need time for reinforcement so that all that NATO kit can come in and reinforce them. And they need time for the sanctions to work. So both sides need time, but in different ways.
Some talks on the Belarus border yesterday between Ukrainians and the Russians. Is that all a sideshow?
You know, there was this hopeful part of that, George. It went on for 6 hours, so that was hopeful. At least they had something to talk about. On the other hand, it sure seems like Mr. Putin was just doing that so that he could rearm and re-equip. You know, at this point, I just don't see it.
Why does he keep saying Mr. Putin? I know this is like completely fucking unrelated, but like the way he says Mr. Putin sounds so weird. Like he's timid. He's like, Mr. Putin.
path to Russian victory, and Mr. Putin's future being on the line. The Ukrainian people surely have signaled that they will fight for years, and that's just something that neither Russia nor Putin can afford.
But can they fight for years, Steve?
I think it's going to be the rifle in the closet. The sentiment, the morale, the conviction of the Ukrainian people will carry them, and it may be years, and it may be horribly bloody, but at some point, Russia will have to go home.
Steve Ganyard, thanks very much.
Yes.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks.
Motherfucker, easy for you to say. Finland doesn't 100% want to join NATO. It's very 50-50, and the government is definitely not pushing it. It's just the citizens panicking about it on the internet coming from a neutral Finnish person. Yeah, but sentiment has never been, public sentiment for joining NATO has never been as high, if I'm not mistaken, in Finland. Like, they were always comfortable in neutrality. These are the Russian bots. I mean, it's literally 50-50. The people saying that's a Russian bot don't realize that, like, no, it's 53% of the public saying they want to join NATO. But that is remarkably low, wouldn't you think? Think about it. It should be much, much higher. It's not 50-50. Finnish 53% wants to join. 28 doesn't. Finnish man here. No, it's not 28%. It's higher than that. And then the rest of them don't have an opinion, I think. But yeah, 52% wants to join. But again, it doesn't matter. What matters is what the government does. But it totally makes sense that they would want to join.
Все катится к чертям. Других слов нет.
You're so cool.
У меня есть $100, которые я не тратил уже где-то 2 года, ожидая, что будет хуже. Но это вряд ли меня спасет.
Потому что очень много людей, которые не понимают, к чему ведет наше правление.
How to tell a friend he is saying downright stupid stuff about this conflict without saying he got sucked into outright misinformation chamber. Loveto XX420. So the answer to the conflict is Nuke Italy, right?
Yeah.
Пока сложно что-либо.
Thousands of refugees leave Ukraine, women and children. What's Belarus got to do with Russia, Ukraine?
Where is Belarus, and what does it have to do with the conflict between Russia and Ukraine?
I love this. I love that the conversation started with, where is Belarus?
Belarus borders both Ukraine and Russia and was once part of the Soviet Union. In 1991, the country declared independence. And in the decades since, Belarus's leader, Alexander Lukashenko, has attempted to remain as independent and neutral as possible while maintaining a close relationship with Vladimir Putin. For example, Belarus did not recognize Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. But since a highly controversial and disputed presidential election in 2020, where Lukashenko cracked down hard on huge national protests against him after claiming the presidency, he's had to rely much more on his friend in the Kremlin, as the West has imposed tough sanctions against his regime.
Сложилось впечатление, что отдельные облегченные и облаченные прежде всего.
Don't get mad at me, but the problem is that this dude's a scumbag. Like an absolute fucking scumbag. And then the only alternative half the fucking time is like some literal like directly dealing with the CIA person that wants to turn into a client state. We just can't have these countries have sovereignty. It's so fucking whack. Sorry, I got so triggered that I still have food in my mouth when I was talking.
Свободного мира просто патологически опасны и для окружающих, и самое главное для собственных народов.
Meanwhile, relations between Ukraine and Belarus have become strained. Belarus has accused Ukraine of becoming increasingly aligned with the West, for example, by rejecting the results of the 2020 presidential election.
The majority voted for me, despite them seeing me every day, everywhere.
Yeah, totally.
Nearly half of Belarus's foreign trade is with Russia, and in the last 20 years, the Kremlin has lent Alexander Lukashenko an estimated $100 billion, and that's picked up in the wake of those disputed elections where Lukashenko really had nowhere else to turn. So it's no surprise that Vladimir Putin is leaning on their support now. Belarus is key geographically for Russia and to the rest of Europe. The Suwalki Gap, a 65-kilometre stretch of land that makes up the border between Poland and Lithuania, is also bordered by Belarus and by the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad. NATO knows this is its weakest point because if Russia was to take control, it could cut off the rest of Eastern Europe. In response to the conflict, NATO has increased the number of troops in the Baltics and Poland. It was Belarus that Russian troops used as a launch pad for their initial invasion of Ukraine after spending months conducting what they billed as military drills there.
Еще раз говорю, наших войск там нет. Но если надо будет, если это будет необходимо Беларуси и России, они будут.
And now Lukashenko has openly offered not only to host troops, but also Russia's nuclear weapons after a referendum to revoke the country's non-nuclear status.
Listen, I'm sorry. I mean, fuck Lukashenko, but you know, what did I say? What the fuck did I say? HasanAbi doctrine, dude. You gotta get nukes. You gotta get a fucking nuke, dog. He's doing the right thing, dude. For his own, to solidify his regime, he's like, yep, I'm gonna get a fucking nuke. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna get a nuke.
That's worrying because it could allow Russia to target parts of Europe with short-range weapons, and is a sign that Belarus is becoming more of a player in this conflict.
Months in before World War III.
In response, the US has withdrawn its few remaining embassy workers from the capital, Minsk, and has threatened they will impose further sanctions if Belarus...
The worst part is, like, these dudes never die. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, bro. You like, just die. Why can't you fucking die? He's not getting it. He's hosting it. Yeah, okay. That doesn't matter. Ukraine was just hosting the nukes as well, but they shouldn't have given them up. Why can't these motherfuckers ever die? That's the worst part about this is like, dude, the success and also immediate failure of authoritarian strongman-led regimes like this is that they oftentimes don't have contingency plans and don't have good like successors built in because of their like paranoid behavior. So if you do actually decapitate the state, like everything kind of falls apart.
It worked last time.
I mean, Russia would be so fucked if Putin died. But also at the same time, the war would definitely end in Ukraine, like immediately. Kim Jong-il died? Yeah, but he has a monarchy. So there's that. Tim Pool just called Zelensky a beta for asking to stop killing Ukrainian kids. I despise appeals to emotion.
Putin
Yeah, what is Tim Pool doing? He's also trying to paint him as a communist for using a universal sign of resistance. Whoa, Zelensky just performed the red salute. Or maybe he's saying Black Lives Matter. Not sure if he's supporting communism or critical race. I think he's just like trying to make jokes, but it's still weird.
9-month anniversary. Okay, I've got to say something really stupid today.
Don't be calling our extremely deformed worker state a monarchy, says Commissor. What do you mean, our? Yeah, dude, you're fucking DMing me from North Korea, really? Motherfucker said our. You race keeping? What? The Ukraine war is a U.S. culture war? Dude, I love that. Oh, fuck, Candace Owens blocked me. Hold on. Let me just find the actual tweet. I love conservatives trying to talk about this from the incredibly narrow framework that they have. What? No bacon? What's going on? Don't like that? No bacon? What is... oh, it's this.
It's no bacon.
Don't like that.
It's no bacon.
4 months.
Pretty soon you'll be able to get a vaccine with that will prevent war. Then you'll find out it doesn't actually prevent war or stop wars from spreading worldwide, but 2 doses and can make wars less severe. So it may, with the 4th dose, if war arrives, you'll be less likely to die. Wait, is she saying she wouldn't take that vaccine? Because if that was the case, and like you were less likely to die in war, I would take that vaccine. Like, why would you not take that vaccine? That's so stupid. Even in her analogy, it doesn't make sense. Like, I know that she's trying to say like, well, the vaccines don't actually do anything, but it's like, no, you're still saying they do something, and I would do that. Though it may seem nearly impossible for us to measure just how exactly a vaccine which neither prevents nor stops wars can perpetrate. Wait, we do know exactly how well the vaccine defends people from severe illness. It's called 90%. Well, that number has actually gotten lower, but 90% of the people that are dying from COVID are dying because they're unvaccinated. That's the only number you need. What do you... Before the vaccines, 100% of the people that are dying of COVID were unvaccinated because the vaccines did not exist. Then the vaccine came out. Now, 90% of the people that are dying are still unvaccinated. I wonder if there's a super successful vaccine. Crazy. Belarus
continues to aid and abet Russian aggression. So, in an increasingly precarious conflict, Belarus is a key player.
People, hey.
The Russian invasion will, of course, be a big issue for President Biden tonight in the State of the Union address. But a new CBS News poll just out this morning finds that Americans also have other issues on their minds. And the poll also shows that the president's overall approval rating is at 44%, a number that is 18 points lower than just a year ago, driven down in part by growing concerns over the economy and inflation. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House for us. Ed, good morning. What do we think the president's going to do to try to get these numbers up?
Well, good morning, Tony. The speech he's giving tonight is certainly not the one he was expecting to give even just a few weeks ago. But the Russian invasion has forced a rewrite. And that same poll shows most Americans want to hear about the president's foreign policy and how a war in Europe could affect people here at home. As Russian attacks intensify in Ukraine, new CBS News polling shows a majority of Americans supporting U.S. actions in response to Russia. But they're also concerned about a wider war. President Biden is downplaying Russian President Vladimir Putin's decision to put his nuclear forces on alert.
Mr. President, should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No. And the isolation of Russia continues.
Dude! How are you going to not love Brandon, dude? That's my favorite Brandon, okay? There's many Brandons out there. You got Sleepy Brandon. You got Creepy Story Brandon, which is another one of my favorites. But my favorite Brandon is the quick answer on the exit Brandon. Like when he was asked by that fucking conservative troll, like, how many genders are there? Joe, Mr. Biden, Vice President Biden, before he was running for president. Vice President Biden, how many genders are there? And he goes, at least 3. Just so good. I'm going to run that back. It's his best. It's his best.
Decision to put his nuclear forces on alert.
Mr. President, should Americans be worried about nuclear war?
No. And the isolation.
It's so good. No. Oh, God. I love that. That's so great, dude.
Hasboggers.
Oh.
Of Russia continues. Days after the U.S. and dozens of other countries imposed historic sanctions, Standard & Poor's downgraded Russia's credit rating to junk status, and Russian airlines are grounded by airspace restrictions across Europe. But Ukrainian officials visiting Washington are pushing for more.
They will probably erase Kyiv, Kharkiv, and the other cities from the map.
They're pleading with the U.S. to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine.
We need to protect the sky because they are using the sky to shoot us.
But the White House says that's unlikely.
A no-fly zone would require implementation. It would require deploying U.S. military to enforce, which would be a direct conflict, potentially a direct conflict, and potentially a war with Russia, which is something we are not planning to be a part of.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are now focused on sending more weapons and humanitarian aid to Ukraine.
Vladimir Putin will lose this battle. He will lose this war. He will be a pariah amongst not only NATO and America, but amongst all civilized nations around the world.
The economic impacts on energy and food prices as a result of this conflict are not just going to go away until...
The reason why Marco Rubio is like constantly fucking reporting on Intel is because... God, I can't say it. There's like 76,000 people in here now. People are going to say I'm body shaming him. I was going to say his ears are so large he's able to fucking... he's able to intercept Russian FM frequency radio conversations and report on it before anybody else. But I know that like now I have like a bunch of fucking randos in here and they're going to be like, oh my God, like you're body shaming. Don't worry. I heard Felix Biederman said that actually. Wait, he did? Yeah, no, Felix said that actually. I didn't say that. Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House said that. I'm saying that disapprovingly. It's just real sad that Marco Rubio probably heard me say this. He doesn't even have my Twitch stream open. He just heard me say it. Is another joke that Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House would make if he were making jokes like this. Which I would not be making a joke like that because I've never body shamed in my life.
Notice me at HasanAbi
2, 3, or 4 weeks. This is going to be a multi-year challenge.
And the crisis is set to dominate the president's first formal State of the Union address tonight. And that's what most Americans want to hear. But other top concerns include the economy, inflation, and the pandemic. So on those issues of the economy and inflation, let me show you 2 more numbers from our new CBS News poll out this morning. 62% of Americans disapprove of Mr. Biden's handling of the economy. And when it comes to inflation, the response is...
Why are people saying Mr. Biden? What is going on? Is this like new? Did they get like a new I don't know, like a, what is it called when they give you like a style guide? Did they get a new style guide? Is that what happened? Like Mr. Biden, Mr. Putin.
Is even bleaker. 70% disapprove of his response to the recent spike in prices. So to ease that economic pain, tonight he's expected to call on Congress to help lower the price of things for Americans by calling for a new child tax credit, expanded health care options, and raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Nate?
And we are looking forward to what he's going to say tonight. Ed, thank you.
Vladimir Putin.
What the fuck is this? Who's Vladimir Putin? By the BBC. Okay, we gotta watch this.
Grew up in the aftermath of the Second World War. In 1945, the US, the UK, and the Soviet Union met to shape the new world. 7 years on, he was born in what was then Leningrad and is now St. Petersburg. By the 70s, Putin had studied law and then joined the Russian Secret Service, the KGB. At this time, the Soviet Union's influence reached across the communist nations of Eastern Europe. And in the 80s, Putin was posted to Dresden in East Germany. From there, he witnessed the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of communism. This was a visceral example of people power. To Putin, though, the demise of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century.
I don't know why people say this in the fucking West. Like, it's demonstrably true. Literally just look at like what has happened to the life expectancy of people living in post-Soviet countries and then compare it to the fucking USSR. If you want to understand like how devastating it was, like, yeah, the USSR through its history certainly had its fucking moments where, you know, things were not great, especially for Ukrainians, obviously. But it's wild to fucking consider this as like anything but an abject failure. Oh no, it's so much greater that we were able to literally rob this entire fucking country blind and put our oligarchs in positions of power. That's so much better, dude. It's so much better that that happened to Russia, and now it's just like a country whose economy revolves around fucking making dash cam videos with, you know, with the youth unemployed, doing absolutely fucking nothing. And we're just like further starving them too. You're a fucking piece of shit for making fun of his ears, dude. You're just making chatters with massive, dummy, thick elephant ears, self-conscious.
And while that demise was negotiated, Putin was heading home to find a place for himself in the new Russia. Russia's president...
Dude, we're talking about the same century as World War II. That's the point about his quote. The demise of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. Yeah, no shit. You know who fucking absolutely pushed you know who fucking championed the World War II victory? The USSR. What the fuck do you mean? The Soviet Union. Of course he's not going to say... What do you think he's going to say? The fucking Third Reich was the worst. The destruction of the destruction of Nazi Germany was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century? No, that he sees that as a fucking dub.
4 months XOXO.
That's awesome. Like he thinks it's that's great. Probably, I would assume most people think that that's great.
Yo.
This geopolitical catastrophe of the century. And while that demise was negotiated, Putin was heading home to find a place for himself in the new Russia. Russia's president in the 90s...
Even if you don't like the Soviet Union and like the post-Soviet client state systems of the 1990s in Eastern Europe, you'd have to admit that the fall of the Soviets is an epic choke. Yeah, 100%. 1,000%. It was a disaster of epic proportions. I don't know. I mean, one could even make the argument that, like, you know, what's going on today is a consequence of that, good or bad.
Boris Yeltsin would help him do that. He made Putin head of the security services. Then Putin was elected prime minister. Then, in 1999, Yeltsin resigned. Putin was president, and his way of operating was clear from the start.
Tightening the grip over media was one of the first things that he did, and also the lack of genuine opposition, because his critics either have been in exile or dead or are facing prosecution.
Putin's focus on his own power and wealth was relentless. By 2008, when his 2 terms were up, Dmitry Medvedev replaced him as president, but Putin became prime minister, and everyone knew who was in charge. By 2012, he was back as president again. And Putin's indifference to democracy is matched by his view of sovereignty. In 2008, Russia invaded...
Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Oh, it's Georgia. Okay, I was going to say. I thought this was Chechnya. I was going to say everything that happened then is TOS. You see some fucking grainy footage, it's like, it's a wrap. Georgia, too, but like...
invaded Georgia to support separatists. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine. It supported separatists in eastern Ukraine. And in 2018, a former Russian Secret Service operative was poisoned in Salisbury. The UK says Russian intelligence was responsible. To Putin, the rules are for him to make. He said as much himself.
Why doesn't Putin move his right arm when he talks? He's a gunslinger, as they say. They say that when he walks, he doesn't move his right arm, not when he talks.
I hope no one will cross Russia's red line, but in each case, we are the ones who will decide where the red line is.
I mean, he's moving his right arm right there. There you go. But when he's walking, he doesn't move his right arm. And that is because... Journal from 1990. Oh, life expectancy of Russian men falls to 58. The transition to market economies in many post-communist societies of the former Soviet Union and other former Eastern Bloc countries in Europe has produced a demographic collapse. A recent report by the United Nations Development Program has found. Among the most serious findings is a 4-year drop in life expectancy among Russian men since 1980, from 62 years to 58. The development program's report also noted significant drops in life expectancy in Armenia, Belarus, Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania, and Romania. The immediate cause of the rising mortality, said the report, is the rise in self-destructive behavior, especially among men. Old problems such as alcoholism have increased. Drug misuse, relatively new problem in the former communist blocs.
7 months hearts.
Communist blocs have risen dramatically in recent years. The report transition 1999 stated the suicide rates have climbed steeply too, by 60% in Russia, 80% in Lithuania, and 95% in Latvia since 1989. Rising poverty, unemployment, financial insecurity, corruption. Whereas only 4% of the population of the region said incomes equivalent to $4 a day or less in 1988, that figure had climbed up to 32% by 1994. In addition, the transition to a market economy is accompanied by lower living standards, including poorer diets, a deterioration of social services, and major cutbacks in health spending. Now, another part of the fucking USSR, like Cold War era propaganda was that the CIA openly admitted at the time that the Russian diet was healthier than the way that they presented it in the media. Uh-oh. I'm effing again.
Did you see that a Russian strike destroyed a Holocaust memorial?
Hold on, hold on. It just happens every now and then. It's fine. Refresh, just refresh. I'm back. We're back. It was a quick F. It was a brief F, even though it's fucked up. I don't know what that was about. It's fine now, but notice how that paper is over 20 years old. Oh, I said the CIA openly mentioned that the Russian diet was much healthier than the way that they presented it in the media. Like everybody always says,
love you, King, and keep up your awesome work and ignore the haters. Hassle.
Everybody always fucking says, like, oh, dude, you know, Russians, breadlines, Russia, breadlines, USSR, breadlines, Holodomor. It's like, there were gigantic missteps, certainly. And with serious fucking human toll.
I've been nose blind to. Keep up your amazing work.
Why do you keep fiddling with your cyanide tooth? That's a good one, dude. Yeah, I have a cyanide tooth. You know, because I'm a Putin asset. Ukraynalı Silah Kuvvetleri. What is going on? Oh, shit.
Ukraine free Palestine.
What the fuck? Okay, that was weird. That was actually weird this time. That was a big F. That was a big F on my...
Do you think that Western people would reconsider the consequences on the global south now that they have seen them on European people? I hope so.
I don't know what's going on. Stop saying time to reset the router, okay? I don't know what the fuck is going on.
"3 months of brain rot, would have been more but got banned for saying the C word. Propeller Jeff Bezos a racist."
Wait, what?
Watching any level of news, even social media, you're seeing everything that's going on right now in the Ukraine. Break it down in layman's terms for people who don't understand what's going on and how can this directly affect the people of the United States.
So Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong.
If you're watching any level of news, even social media.
No shot. There's got to be more to it than that. I mean, it's like... Worst case scenario, this is like deeply, deeply... frustratingly, I would say, racist. There's no shot this is real. No shot. What the fuck is going on? Like why does she think that the morning hustle?
Why didn't Ukraine just tell Russia?
Bro, when people say explain it to me like I'm 5, they don't mean literally treat me like a 5-year-old.
And didn't come up with this idea.
Like, does she think the morning hustle's audience is actually comprised of 5-year-olds? Like, I've never actually heard anybody be like, "Oh no, it's fake." Oh, thank God. Okay. It's visitgop.com. Shopping out of context from videos remain bigger misinformation deal than deepfakes. People know how to look deepfakes more than they know how to check the source of a real clip. Oh, thank God. Yeah, dude, it stopped way too fucking short. It stopped way too fucking short, dude.
Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong. And it goes.
They literally cut it after baited easier than a boomer. Wait, my first inclination was that this is not real. What do you mean, basically? Dude, when you see me react to a piece of fucking a piece of footage that's clipped out of context, and you're seeing me react to it in real time, and my immediate inclination is that this doesn't seem real, you can't turn around and be like, "Oh, dude, you got. Like, we found it." This is... I don't have precog.
Thanks for converting me from a normal person.
I can't know immediately before someone sends me a fucking clip that just got published that you actually fell for it, lol. Oh God, it's easier to bait. Yeah, exactly. My first thing was like, this is fake, or it has to be not real.
For their terms that we use, we say we respect the sovereignty, the territorial integrity of countries, right? Their independence. Russia has gone into Ukraine militarily, unprovoked, with no justification other than to exercise its power to take over another country. So essentially that's what's at stake. And we as America are saying that's wrong. And we will.
Kamala Harris out here getting clip chimp like fucking a Twitch streamer. Straight up. Straight up get it clip chipped, posted on LSF. What the fuck? And by a Twitch streamer, I mean myself.
We will stand with Ukraine in saying that that is wrong. But that's essentially where we are. That's essentially the issue. And when it comes to what we know to be principles of fairness, we know that what Russia is doing is wrong. When it comes to what needs to happen then, well, there needs to be severe consequence and accountability. And that's why you'll hear on the news that we talk about sanctions, which is basically having Russia pay a financial cost to the point that we can have a real impact, put a real hurt on their economy as a consequence for their bad behavior, which is resulting in the loss of innocent lives. And that's where we are. That's what the issue is, essentially.
Tom Bolton versus Newsmax host. Oh,
there is something to be said, though, about the simple fact that there was not aggression during the 4 years. I mean, you were part of that administration as well.
I love that the conservatives that are like the conservative pro-Trump contingency for some fucking weird reason is like coming across like anti-NATO.
Yes,
I don't know how the fuck that's happening. Like, it's broken. Trump has broken their brains to a degree where they're literally just like, Trump was actually good because he was offering Russia, whatever they wanted. Like, what is it? What's going on? Okay, let's hear.
There was not aggression from Russia, and they waited him out, it seems, and made a move. I mean, we have a list of things that the Brookings Institution says the Trump administration implemented 52 policy actions against Russia, was pretty tough on Russia in a lot of ways, forcing NATO members to pay up, as we know, sanctioning Nord Stream 2, oligarchs close to Putin were sanctioned, selling anti-tank weapons.
Force NATO members to pay up, sanction Nord Stream 2. This is true, by the way. Like, people are always like, Trump is Russia's like Putin's puppet, but like this literally was something that Donald Trump did that Joe Biden reversed. Okay?
Have a great day, Hasan.
Now you're just making things up, Hasan. No, this is real. He did sanction Nord Stream 2. Just because it's on Newsmax doesn't change the reality that this is real, factually accurate information. You can fucking look up a Reuters article on it as well. He did do that.
To Ukraine, so arming Ukraine, withdrawing from the INF treaty and expelling Russian officers from this country as well. He looked in 2018. He looked NATO members in the eye and talked about the reliance on Russian energy by Europe and how horrible that was.
Wait, sanctioned oligarchs close to Putin, sold anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. That he did do that. Withdrew from the INF treaty. Wait, what? Expelled Russian officers.
In 2018, he looked NATO members in the eye and talked about the reliance.
Wait, why is he saying that the withdrawal of the INF treaty was a fucking good thing? If there's one thing that was not good in that situation, like, okay, for the record, just because I said if you're a small nation, you need to get nukes immediately, does not mean that making stuff up again. You forget a lot of these actions involved Congress overriding Trump. Oh, yeah. So Trump was like, I don't want Russia to be sanctioned in any capacity, like Nord Stream, which Biden literally changed. So Biden's administration and Biden's Congress had a different approach to sanctioning Nord Stream 2, but Trump's didn't. I wonder why. I wonder how. Like, I'm sorry that it goes against your narrative, that there are things that he did that were also against Russia. Okay, yeah, Magnitsky is one thing that was for Russia. You are not well informed or don't remember how this played out. Wait, no, don't ban him. He might have additional information. Don't always ban people that say that. He was forced to do that by the Senate. Again, he was forced to do this by Congress. You are not well informed or don't remember how this played out. No, don't ban every single person that says you are...
Russian energy by Europe and how horrible that was. I mean, he took a very tough stance against Russia. I'm surprised you don't think that he would have handled this better than Joe Biden.
No, he did not. He did not. We didn't sanction Nord Stream 2. We didn't sanction Nord Stream 2. We should have. We should have brought the project to an end. We did impose sanctions on Russian oligarchs and several others because of their sales of S-400 anti-aircraft systems.
What do you mean? We did do that. What the fuck? Definitely did that.
They got Mew 3. They had Mew and Mewtwo in the first game, but we're 700 Pokemon in.
What sanctions were waived then when Biden fucking waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2? I think the difference between Donald Trump and other like neoliberal admins and their approach to Russia was that, I mean, this is going to be oversimplistic, okay? So I'm giving you a warning. But I think the main difference between Donald Trump and others was that Trump, and there is like a growing contingency of this kind of attitude within the Republican Party, where they see China as the big superpower. And in some respects, they are correct. And they see Russia as an ally potentially, or rather not as another villain at the table that could then go along and side with China in the upcoming, like, the upcoming power struggle as the world moves away from the United States being at the center of power and a hegemonic power. That's why you hear Tucker Carlson and others constantly saying shit that's like kind of pro-Russia. You know what I mean? But then they're like, they will always turn that around and flip it around and then be like, China is the real villain. China is the real villain. China is the real villain.
Other countries, but in almost every case, the sanctions were imposed with Trump complaining about it. Anti-aircraft systems.
Wait.
We didn't sanction Nord Stream 2. We should have. We should have brought the project to an end. We did impose sanctions on Russian oligarchs and several others because of their sales of S-400 anti-aircraft systems to other countries.
Which country, motherfucker?
Shout out to my parents who just took in 3 Ukrainian refugees, in Tulchaya, Romania less than 3.
Turkey. He's talking about Turkey. This is a big conflict because Turkey has NATO weapons. Turkey's a NATO country, and having Russian defense systems would mean, or Americans were fearful that having Russian defense systems would allow Russians to gain inside information on NATO's offensive capabilities and defensive capabilities as a consequence of Erdogan playing both sides. State of the Union is when? Breaking news, CNN announced I have no bitches, Sag. Breaking news, CNN also announced that at the top of the hour on the HasanAbi broadcast, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5, or you can do that for free. Why don't you make a charity stream for Ukraine? Dude, that's so funny. You're right. I'm such a piece of shit for not raising any money for Ukraine. If only. My haters don't give a fuck. They're just straight up like, dude, I'm imagining things that you're doing or not doing. It's so much easier for me to do that. It's also hilarious because, like, I mean, I guess it doesn't say on the title right now, so there's that. 158,000 is what we ended at last night. 6 p.m. PST, State of the Union. Okay.
I will march.
Why don't you make a stance about Putin? Exactly.
But in almost every case, the sanctions were imposed with Trump complaining about it, saying we were being too hard.
Are you all right? Not everyone's a hater, bro. No, I know that. No, I know not everyone's a hater, but a lot of people come in here with like hopes to fucking bait, and they just say shit, and some of them are just so patently false and so obvious. Unlike the top of the hour ad break, which is real, and the likelihood that you can avoid those ads by subscribing, which is very, very real. I keep forgetting to run it. because I keep reading the chat. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Okay, Twitch Prime is free. Here, boom.
The fact is that he barely knew where Ukraine was. He once asked John Kelly, his second chief of staff, if Finland were a part of Russia. It's just not accurate to say that Trump's behavior somehow deterred the Russians. I think the evidence is that Russia didn't feel. Let me finish now.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't feel that their military was ready.
What?
Up the raw chat. Our day will come.
What are the... Wait, what? So what's the gigantic difference between Russia's military readiness now versus, like, the last year of Donald Trump versus the year prior? Like, what?
Broke my record today for my 40-minute workout. Let's fucking go, Lumia tough.
What is going on right now? There's like a weird shift in ideology happening on all fronts. Foreign policy does have a tendency to change people's minds a little bit in these sorts of situations, but
I am become Hasan, destroyer of grey names.
It's strange to say this. Like, what are the big differences between Coach Red Pill? Can you give your opinion on this guy's take? He lives in Kyiv and has an interesting opinion. Coach Red Pill, what Russia wants from its invasion of Ukraine and why Zelensky is evil. No thanks. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do that. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to listen to a guy who has called himself Coach Red Pill. There are probably plenty of other places that we could go to learn more. Anyway, let's listen to
a potential takeover of the Senate majority, and there's a little bit of tension on the Republican side. There's a sense maybe to just coast right now. They're doing so well on the polls. Don't start putting too many ideas.
He's been all over Russian state TV. Okay, this is not proof that I should watch him. If anything, that means probably disqualifying. Okay.
11 months spent with the most based Twitch streamer giving.
What do you mean? Oh, he's been all over Russian TV. Oh, okay. It's time to watch this guy.
Taylor Greene of Georgia spoke at a white nationalist conference last week. They're trying to just push that aside, as we saw from Kevin McCarthy, the House GOP leader, earlier today.
Yeah, we saw that you pressed her on that, and she did not seem to provide many answers in response to your questions. So, Ed, COVID now registers fourth in a new CBS poll of what Americans, we should mention these are Americans who plan on watching the address, of what they want to hear President Biden discuss tonight. How have the issues that seem so important for candidate Biden changed now for President Biden?
Let's get a rundown.
Well, it's the old adage of, you know, you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose, you make promises as a candidate, and then you buckle down and have to deal with them as the office holder, and that certainly has been the case for this president. I was listening to Republicans earlier today up on Capitol Hill talking about, you know, this president said that if 1 million deaths ever came from COVID, that the president responsible for that should be thrown out of office. Well, more than 1 million, roughly almost 1 million people have died of this virus under his, you know, or the number's gotten closer to 1 million under his watch. You know, and all the criticism he leveled against Donald Trump, well, it's coming back to bite him, these Republicans are saying, in essence. They're not wrong about that necessarily. But, you know, much like inflationary pressure and the decisions of a Russian president, the president doesn't control science and the whims of a virus that has ravaged the world, but they have tried to respond to it. And he acknowledged, you know, for example, they didn't get the testing program set up fast enough. That also affected his standing with voters. Let's see what kind of signals he gives tonight about how the country gets beyond this, or at least continues to proceed with it in its endemic stage, if that's where we're headed. Or if he gives some signal of how the administration might respond differently should there be another variant, God forbid, in the coming weeks or months that turns around these gains. But this is certainly an issue that has been so present and hung over this White House ever since President Biden took office. Just today, again, for the second time, they've removed the face mask requirements around here. I was commenting to colleagues earlier today. I saw the faces of Secret Service agents today for the first time I haven't seen since the administration began in full, because we've all been masked up around here. That's one big symbolic change. Tonight in the House chamber, you'll see the change as well. Up there, as the attending physician says, you don't have to wear the mask if you're vaccinated and you don't want to. And that's beginning to happen across the country. There's still confusion about it, but let's see how this president speaks to that tonight. And addresses that confusion, that concern, that anger that a lot of people have towards policymakers and how they should fight this pandemic. And at the same time, interesting, guys, that as these restrictions are being lifted, there is some reporting, there is some polling out today that suggests there's actually still a lot of concern among Americans that we may get too far ahead.
The Kremlin told CNN that Putin probably won't watch President Biden's State of the Union speech tonight. The president usually does not watch TV addresses, Dmitry Peskov says. Prefers reading reports afterwards. He probably has his alarm set. You can bet he's not going to miss it. Oh my God. I love that. I linked it because it's a differing opinion, not because I agree with it. Most of it has already been proven wrong. I just wanted your take on what he's saying because it's the first I've ever heard of it. Dude, I don't care about, like, just because I'm, like, fucking dunking on misinformation or trying to do my very best to combat misinformation here doesn't mean I have to, like, actively go to the heart of misinformation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to go to, like, Coach Red Pill's YouTube video.
Say to Democrats in that room, look, maybe it's time you start running with me on my agenda, not starting to retire, because Democrats have been facing, especially in the House, this wave of retirements because they're feeling uneasy about the political climate. So look for the president to get into that tonight, to say we've done all of these things. And at the same time, for those skittish voters in swing areas, in the suburbs of parts of this country, to say on foreign policy, I'm a steady hand. He's not going to address, I'm told, the former president Donald Trump by name, but the stakes are going to be outlined about how fragile democracy is abroad and how fragile it is at home, and how it's important to have someone who does have, as he will.
Canada's Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland has now deleted her earlier post where she's holding up a banner with the colors of a far-right group and replaced it with one where she isn't. We stand united, we stand with Ukraine. Yo, that's funny, dude. That's he's not going to address him by name because he forgot Trump's name, Lamau. Russian army reportedly dropped thermobaric bomb on Kharkiv as of 5 minutes ago. Is this fake news or no? Dude, how am I supposed to know, man? Am I in Kharkiv? Are my lungs collapsing inside of a fucking Kharkiv apartment that the bomb was dropped on? How am I supposed to know if it's real or not? He's like, come on, tell me right now, dude. I don't fucking know. I don't know. My immediate inclination is like a lot of the information that comes out is usually not real. Okay. It's just like either exaggerated or whatever. Oh, this was the Ukrayna Silahlı Kuvvetleri, Kara Kuvvetleri Komutanlığı resmi sosyal medya hesabından Bayraklar TB2 için yazılan şarkıyı Ukraynalı çocuklar, Gürcüler, Suriyeliler, Çeçenler ve Kırım Tatarları için Ceza Bayraktar sözleriyle paylaştı. So they did a fucking song for Bayraktar. The Turks are gonna pop off, dude. At this rate, Turkish nationalism, holy shit. They're gonna lose their minds, dude. The more the Ukrainians say, like, we love your fucking drones, the more Turks lose their fucking minds.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, like, there's something, like, it is kind of gross to just, like, fucking get this excited. Like, I saw the Saint Javelin too. And I know that like other countries have historically put like even the fucking Kalashnikov in their flag, and it's like seen as a thing of liberation. But like drones, it just kind of fucking grosses me out a little bit. Sorry. Anyway.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар. Байрактар.
Like, the only reason why this is somewhat more appropriate is because it's still like it's you know, it's a country that is engaging in emancipatory action from a violent oppressor that is a larger country. So it's that's the reason why it's like relatively appropriate, like more appropriate than like America doing a fucking drone. America doing a like drone footage with this kind of fucking music. Larger evil country. Yeah, I mean. Anyway, hold on. There might be TOS in this. Russian tankmen hid in the bushes to sip the fucking shichi with their bast shoes. But the soup's fat got over. Wait, hold on. Let me just like run through this real quick. I want to see, like, there might be TOS in this, so. Oh, no, there isn't. There isn't any TOS, but still. Okay. All right, let's watch it. Kind of odd, but.
There is safety in an Amazon gaming free subscription provided by Amazon.
Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптя посормати довбані щі, та трохи
But the soup's fat got overheated in part.
Байрактар. Байрактар.
Sheep came to us from the east to reestablish a great state. By the way, what the fuck is this, bro? But the best shepherds of sheep flocks are Bayraktar. Bayraktar is the fucking does Bayraktar mean something? It's the, I don't know if Bayraktar means anything. Bayrak means flag, but Bayraktar'ın bir şeyi var mı? Bir soyad değil mi bu? I think it's the last name of the dude who made it or something. I guess it technically could mean banner carrier. Yeah, like the flag carrier. Bayrak means flag. So I guess it's like Bayraktar would be like the guy who carries the flag. Bayrak taşıyıcı. Yani ben hiç hayatımda duymadım yani Bayraktar. Daha yani hani herhalde soyadı diye. Değil mi? Soyadı abi ondan öyle, aile işi. Yeah, it's the last name of the fucking guy who I guess owns the company that made it.
Bayraktar.
Their arguments, different weapon, powerful rockets, and hardware step in. We have a comment to all of the above. Yapan adam Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın kızıyla evlendi. Oh my god. They wanted to invade us with force, and we took offense at these orcs. Russian bandits are made into ghost by Bayraktar. Part is a little sussy. Russian police are starting the cases against the killers of Rusist No Traces, and who do they blame from afar?
Hey,
Bayraktar. Do you like drones now? No, I don't. I don't like drones. I don't like drones at all. It's like I'm saying that this is like disturbing to think about. The only reason why this is like at least a little bit more appropriate, I guess, even though I do wholeheartedly believe that it's inappropriate, but I guess the only reason is because it's like, the only reason why it's seen as like a drone that is emancipatory. You know, it's like nations putting the Kalashnikov in their fucking banner. You know what I mean? Because they see it as like a tool of revolution against like colonial oppression. So in the eyes of the Ukrainians, they see this as a defensive weapon. Defensive drone? I mean, it is. This is a drone that they're using to defend themselves from the fucking the violent oppressors. Does the same energy as a new kid got a. Does the same energy as the new kid got a new toy on the playground and won't shut up about it. What the fuck? But yeah, do you not understand the point I'm making? It is exactly the same attitude and the same energy. It's the same energy as like feeling as though, you know, this is a weapon that is allowing you to defend yourself and liberate yourself from the Russian invaders.
Arjan? Pogo.
Here comes Hasan claiming Ukrainians' combat victories as his own because he ate lahmacun once. Classic. Motherfucker, I'm Turkish. I'm not Turkish because I ate lahmacun once. I grew up in Turkey, but no, I'm not doing that. But it is funny that Turks are doing that currently. They're like, yeah, our weapons, bro. Our weapons, bro. A lot of people are soy facing at this. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I know. The Kremlin scumbag propagandizes. People believe the words likewise. Now their czar knows a new star.
Never gonna give nukes up. Never gonna set nukes down. Never gonna turn around and desert nukes.
U.S. News. Breaking news. Texas officials are investigating parents of trans children for child abuse after government Greg Abbott directed them to handle gender-affirming medical treatments as possible crimes.
But is Russia using
dude, we literally dude, oh my god, we need denazification in America, actually. Like, not the fake shit that Vladimir Putin was claiming, but like actual real denazification. Jesus Christ, dude. This is so incredibly fucked up. I mean, holy fuck.
Luna, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Please take me back.
It's worse, the first person being investigated is someone in the department who was against the law who has a trans child. The investigation by the State's Department of Family and Protective Services started last week with an employee of the agency. Oh my God.
Hey Hasan, just wanted to say thank you for all you do. Been watching you for a couple years now and you've been a big help in undoing what the conservative and alt-right pipeline did to me when I was younger. Thanks for helping me learn and grow. Heart, heart, heart.
Texas officials have begun investigating the parents of a transgender adolescent for possible child abuse, according to a lawsuit filed on Tuesday after Governor Greg Abbott directed them last week to handle certain medical treatments as possible crimes. The investigation by the state's Department of Family and Protective Services, which have not been previously reported, were started in response to an order from Mr. Abbott to the agency, the lawsuit says. The order followed the non-binding opinion of the Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, that parents who provide their transgender teenagers with pressing drugs or medically accepted treatments, which doctors prescribe as gender-affirming care, could be investigated for child abuse. Can a president pardon these people if they get convicted? No, because this is a state prosecution. If they got convicted for if they got convicted at the federal level, yes, but based. Okay, that's cool.
Remove subscription house ES.
Rob Dog 1 2 4 5 6. Thank you. 5 gifted. Not unconstitutional though. I don't know. Ukraine's Air Force, along with its units of the Army and Territorial Defense, destroyed a large Russian military convoy near the city of Bashtanka in Ukraine's southern Mykolaiv region. Military bloggers reported that the convoy contained up to 800 vehicles. Jesus Christ. I guess while we were listening to the Bayraktar song, the Bayraktar was working. Russia is expected to seize Kyiv in the next 4 to 6 weeks. The war overall is likely to last 10 to 15, 20 years, and ultimately Russia will lose. U.S. officials speaking to CBS and Congress. When did that happen?
And so overall, the president has made inroads in terms of trying to lower the acrimony, but we still have it written into the.
Dude, so what's up? Like, people are. It's gonna be illegal to fucking get like an abortion too. Like, you just can't do anything. Like, you're not allowed to do any of these things. Like, medical procedures are no longer allowed. It's a recognized medical procedure to get on hormone therapy blockers. It's not gender confirmation surgery in the way that you understand it. It's not like fucking, it's just a very, very successful way for trans kids to reduce risk of suicide. It's crazy. What a fucking awful, horrible thing that Texas is doing. And it's absolutely just about the cruelty. The cruelty is the point, yes. Not in favor of the new laws, but agreed that no elementary age child should hear any of that stuff in public education system. Save it for sex ed in high school. Let kids be kids. What? That's not even the fucking... What are you talking about? That's not the conversation at all.
Ukraine, hassle.
Gynecomastia, where someone has to take something to reduce estrogen. And also the blockers are safe and inventive for cis girls with precocious puberty.
Appreciate your constant coverage, brother Hassel.
You are opposed to HRT, no more testosterone for asshole dudes too. I mean, it's fucking insane. It also belittles like the need for HRT versus the need for like people who are just taking like steroids and shit when they're working out. You know what I mean? HRT is way more important. And this isn't even like full-blown HRT. In a lot of instances, this is just like hormone blockers that aren't, you're not even taking like estrogen hormones. This is just for kids to put puberty on pause.
The loathsome dung eater.
Most cis plastic surgery like boob jobs, also gender affirming care for their cisgender. Yeah, but you know, when you say that, you're turning it into like something trivial when in the case of trans people, it's not as like, not to say that, you know, boob jobs aren't boob jobs can't be helpful or whatever, but it's more like fucking stopping people from, like, stopping with someone with a 3rd-degree burn from getting a plastic surgery because you're anti-plastic surgery. It's like HRT and hormone blockers are utilized in a way for trans kids to,
if they survive the Russian invasion,
to be able to make it a lot easier for them to undergo HRT, gender
countries
confirmation.
Are going to start increasing their nuclear arsenal in light of what's going on? $19 months hassle. Thanks for making my
breast cancer survivors and stuff too. Yes, yeah, sure. Life or death with trans kids. You okay with kids wanting to die? Absolutely. That's exactly what Greg Abbott is doing here. That's precisely the point. And they don't even give a shit. Like, that's the point is to be cruel. Breaking, the ACLU has filed a lawsuit on behalf of a Texas parent who was placed on leave last week from her job at DFPS because she has a transgender child. The plaintiff's own employer sent investigators to her home in response to Abbott's order. Wow, dude. This is remarkably cruel, man.
What are your thoughts on Putin preparing his daughter to take over? Did he really pass something that would allow her to succeed him? At HasanAbi.
I don't know anything about that.
Yo.
I really think you should try to get into their heads more correctly than that lazy take. The point is to be cruel. You mean to tell me that that wedge issues created within the culture war between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are not exclusively created, even though like most people normally would not have a strong opinion on it, especially considering that like trans kids make up a tiny fraction of the population and aren't hurting anyone, and these are medical treatments that are profoundly helpful. That you are literally just creating something, a cruel measure that targets a small minority of the population, specifically so you can turn it into a serious issue, a more serious issue by bringing attention to it. That is what it is. It's cruel. They want to be cruel. They just want to be cruel as a Marvel brain take. No, they want to create a cruel provision, like a very cruel provision, because they are terrified of trans people. They're terrified of gay people. But most importantly, they know that their voters will respond to it positively because their voters are terrified of trans people and gay people and shit like that. So the cruelty is the point in that sense.
Less than 3.
It is the hog form of virtue signaling. Exactly. There is no other reason. There's no other reason to fucking engage in this kind of attitude. Engage in this kind of, unless you legitimately think that Greg Abbott is like trying to save the children.
Scary, but glad you're here at least, I guess.
I don't know what happened to a lot of people's brains, but like, what's up? Do we now think that like conservatives are? Do we now think that like conservatives are actually pro safety and security of children? Like, what's up? When did that happen, dude?
Everyone always asking where is Belarus, but not how is Belarus, Sag.
Yes, they literally think that they're saving the children. Yeah, dude, totally. Because they do genuinely care about the safety and security of children, right? That's why they ensure austerity measures are like implemented that fucking that they have like food deserts, that schools, public schools that provide an actual, probably the most nutritious meal for millions of fucking families don't get the appropriate funding so they can continue to give the most nutritious meal for millions of fucking families, their only nutritious meal throughout the entire fucking week. That's why, right? That's why they care. They care about the security of children, and that's precisely why they do everything against the safety and security of children, and then do this on top of that. They care about the safety and security of children so much that they want more guns in fucking schools. This is a ridiculous take, man. It's a ridiculous take. When has the Republican Party ever cared about the safety and security of children? No, they're doing this and not anything else that would genuinely help and improve the lives of children, because they want to create something that differentiates them from the Democratic Party. That's what I mean when I say the cruelty is the point.
Hasan, help me. The 9-month brain rot is setting in. I don't know how much longer I have left. I'm sorry, chat Pepe hands.
Some people are literally for this right now just to have uncritical war effort support. What do you mean?
One year.
I'm not sure if it's the fact that I grew up Catholic, but I genuinely know people are doing this for the good of the children. Genuinely believe. Okay, well, change your genuine beliefs. You can be wrong with genuine held beliefs, for the record. And you are in this circumstance. Hormone blockers are not only reversible, but also very good for the number one reason why trans people have such a high suicide rate is because people don't accept them, okay? These kinds of measures further reinforce the attitude that a lot of people have, that trans people are not accepted in society, that they're weird, that they're different. To people that are saying that's cap doesn't mean anything, when there are plenty of the same argument justifies terrorism. Exactly. Oh yeah, these are my genuine beliefs. Okay, well, if they're your genuine beliefs, I guess that's cool. Like,
Candace Owens with another scathing hot take, lol.
I'm trans and didn't get hormone blockers, so I had to get a bunch of surgeries to alleviate dysphoria and improve my mental health. So God, I wish I was able to access those as a kid. Exactly. Like, even from like the most normie approaching take that I have on the subject, without getting into super complicated studies or whatnot, it's like, why do you fucking care? I mean, there are studies that show that like the likelihood that a trans person is going to attempt to commit suicide diminishes by massive margins if they are socially accepted by their immediate friends and family. Okay? So this is perhaps one of the most successful methods of doing that. I know an often cited stat that a suicide rate drops like 90+% if the transgender youth has even just one supportive parent. Not to be transphobic, I'm okay with hormone blockers, but do you believe that kids should be allowed to transition? There is no fucking transitioning before 18, regardless, for the record. Like, there is none. You can take hormones, and that's it. You can take hormone blockers, hormone suppressors, and even then, you undergo regular psychiatric treatment leading up to that and after that. It's not as easy. You don't just go to the doctor and go, give me the fucking HRT, baby, let's go. I'm trans now. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Do you think
in the United States of America,
with access to nukes For example, Putin or Kim Jong-un.
In the United States of America, the gender confirmation surgery process is incredibly complicated, and every step of the way you have doctors monitoring every single thing that's going on. You can't just like take an over-the-counter pill and be like, boop, okay, there you go. And I feel like people think that that's how it works. You know what I mean? The way that people talk about it, the way that people talk about this stuff makes me feel like they are just so like painfully oblivious to the process and are doing it and are you know, continuing to be painfully oblivious to this process, specifically because they don't want to know the truth, because the truth is like icky to them or something. Stick to politics? Thanks. I am a political commentator, and I am quite literally sticking to it, so. Laura Ingraham got rolled on? What? At the DMV, I saw they were playing recipe videos on the monitor, so I airplayed one of my YouTube videos on the screen. LMFAO, I don't think anyone has noticed. What? California woman airs left-wing propaganda on DMV monitors? Wait, that's not even real? Oh my God, Laura Ingraham fucking... Is that real? Is this like an actual Fox News broadcast tonight? No shot. I do not think Laura Ingraham actually did this. California woman airs left-wing propaganda on DMV monitors. I don't think that's real. Like, I do not think that Laura Ingraham actually played this as a part of her broadcast tonight. Yeah, I don't think this is the font that Fox News uses
15
either.
months and I'm finally the most boring person in my family. Well, actuallying everyone who says liberal democracy is nice.
Medical guidance and need for psych eval, like you said, are two different things. The former is good, the latter is dehumanizing. Guessing this is an ESL thing, but important to clarify. Informed consent is good and just. Yes. But currently, as it stands, you don't just get medical guidance. If I'm not mistaken, they literally fucking put you through a rigorous and dehumanizing process to even be able to get the appropriate hormone, the hormone therapy drugs. I wasn't saying that it's a good thing. I'm just saying that currently the process to be able to even get the drugs is like rigorous and in many instances dehumanizing.
Pog.
Trans in Cali, but what's happening in Texas absolutely put a target on every gender nonconforming cis kid and child or teen challenging gender roles as well as POC that don't fit beauty standards of binary men and women. This is not just a trans issue. Yeah. What is this? Get it so easy online. They can buy HRT on Amazon. HRT is available online. HRT is easily available online. It? I don't know. I don't think so. Like, what are you talking about? Like DIY HRT? I mean, technically everything is, no, it's not. I fucking tried. I mean, technically everything is legal online. If that's the attitude you have, like, yeah, you can buy steroids online too if you find the right website. You can buy Bayraktar on Amazon. Chatter is right. I got some from the Silk Road. I hear people do DIY HRT, but I wouldn't describe it as easy. Well, the unfortunate reality is those people would not have to do DIY HRT if, you know, we had an adequate healthcare system that actually offered everyone free at the point of care healthcare, and that we didn't have a bunch of fucking psychotic reactionary people using trans people as a talking point and a method for political posturing.
Are you going to stop being a political commentator now that Putin stopped you from being a full-time Elden Ring streamer?
You know? Why do you think that the Russian military is showing a blatant disregard for civilian lives? They are mainly using explosive weapons with wide area effects in densely populated areas. Well, now they are. Because I think the plan A didn't work so well for them, so now they're sticking to plan B, which is, you know, ramping up the fucking brutality. Anyway. Selçuk Bayraktar is married to the Erdogan's daughter, by the way. Yeah, I heard. Not shocking. Not even remotely surprising. I think you might have been mentioning some of the new telehealth companies popping up. Hims, Keeps. There's ADHD and trans-specific services that are identical now and are basically just pill medicine farms. An interesting topic that needs to be addressed, but I'm more concerned about other drugs and the handful of people who would try to get hormones on the low. Dude, the only reason why we have this is because our current healthcare system is inadequate, by the way. I know. I see it all the time. I get fucking ads for all that shit because I talk about being bald all the time and malding and balding. So I get nonstop. And I also use Hims as well as a service. So no ad here, but I do.
Yes, sir.
The reason why I'm not balding is because of the hormone blockers I use, which is, of course, a medication for a male prostate medication. And I mean, I use it too. Yeah, it blocks DHT.
For a long time, I thought that a military operation was not feasible. It was not plausible. You know, I had my own cost-benefit analysis, and even if you put aside all other considerations, I thought that to go into Ukraine is not in Russia's interests, keeping in mind the collateral damage which is likely to happen after such an operation. But apparently, you know, my cost-benefit analysis did not coincide with that in the Kremlin. So I had to wake up to a new reality, and I have now, not just me, but all of us will have to live in this new reality.
Don't use Hims. Just get a primary care dog and they can prescribe it for pennies. Literally untrue. because I started with a primary care doc that prescribed it, and my insurance didn't cover it. And Hims is actually cheaper than my fucking insurance. I don't know how the fuck it works. I guess it's like a pill farm. They just like blast off as many like generic versions of it as possible. But you're wrong.
That's your dry foreign policy analysis. How do you feel about this today? What are your emotions today?
Well, you know, I'm trying to keep going. I'm trying to continue doing what I'm doing, but of course I'm depressed. You know, all of us are depressed, and I think that it's very embarrassing for all of us. Not only because we turned out to be wrong, but also because, of course, you know, Russia and all Russians will be in a difficult position in many countries, not even only Western countries, but all over the place for a long time. And there are many questions to which we do not have answers.
And does that make you wonder about the state of your president's mind?
Well, you know,
Hi, Hasan.
He has his own vision. Maybe, you know, he believes that this damage is acceptable. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Are we going to die when Mr. Putin...
And you're someone who's supported Vladimir Putin in the past, where you've thought fit and you advised the Kremlin, and today you're depressed about the way things are going.
Yeah, of course, you know, I'm depressed. I think many of us are depressed. I think that there are many people in the Kremlin who should be depressed, because the price will be substantial.
Andrei Kortunov misled by HasanAbi broadcast into doubting Putin invasion. Yeah. Video of a potential thermobaric weapon being used. Russia uses banned vacuum bombs to strike Kharkiv. Bro, you keep sending me these like unverified fucking takes, man. I don't know. Like, I don't... This is like an older video of the ammo dump, isn't it?
Together you are now my longest relationship.
Yeah, the ammo depot that got blown up. Stop. Stop. Okay? This is what I mean when I'm talking about like misinformation that's going to make it even harder and completely, I guess basically impossible for any sort of ceasefire to occur.
How come Ukrainians under siege have better upload rates than you?
Like, it's really, really scary to consider what will happen when, like, if there is actually a fucking U.S. moves to expel a 13th Russian intelligence operative working at the UN. Putin has done more to destroy Russia than the CIA could dream of. I mean, straight up.
I want to give Putin a swirly.
It's frustrating and fucked that people are acting like it's completely impossible for there to be misinformation propaganda on the Ukrainian side in an active conflict. Of course there is. How do you feel about people using streaming platforms to fake being in Ukraine to get donations and support for themselves? TikTok and Twitch are full of them. I didn't know that there was people on Twitch that were doing that. I know that there's a lot on TikTok. It's fucking awful. Actually awful. I don't know what else to say other than that. But yeah, the nuclear submarines are yes, they're moving. Nuclear posturing is a part of the process of having a fucking nuke. That's the reason why you have the nukes, so you can act like you're going to use them. It's awful. It's terrifying. But such is life. Like, people don't have nukes specifically so they can just, you know, people don't have nukes specifically so they can be like, oh man, I love these nukes. I love looking at my nukes. They have it so that they can do this. Okay, this is how it works.
Right to decide roots back to Putin's view of what he's seen in his lifetime.
Let's go.
In 2015, he addressed the UN and said, instead of the triumph of democracy and progress, we got violence, poverty and social disaster. Nobody cares a bit about human rights. Putin's contempt was directed at Western democracy. We've seen, though, how little he cares for democracy in Russia and Ukraine. Despite this, years earlier, the West talked of trusting him.
I'll answer the question. I looked the man in the eye. I found it to be very straightforward. I was able to get a sense of his soul.
We're getting a sense of it too this week, as we did a few years ago when Putin spoke of his childhood, telling us 50 years ago the Leningrad street taught me a rule. If a fight is inevitable, you have to throw the first punch. There was nothing inevitable about this week, but Ukraine has felt that first punch. A punch Putin justifies in his country's interests, but which very much serve his. And as we've watched the violence, I think back to that criticism of the West at the UN in 2015. Putin said, I'm urged to ask those who created this situation, do you at least realise now what you've done? The world is now asking the same of him, and everything about Putin's life suggests, yes, he does realise what he's done.
For my sub gift.
As the crisis escalates.
New Western sanctions are isolating Putin, devastating Russian economy. Hasan, donate your nukes to Ukraine. They need them. No, I'm keeping my nukes, dude. I'm not giving it to anyone. It's for the nation of Hasan. I'm doing nation building. Okay, I'm sorry. Ever watch real life lore on YouTube? Explain this invasion really good. Yeah, no, I did. It was fucking awesome. It was really good. It was actually really, really good, surprisingly.
Now, it's also
okay. I think it's time. Well, one, it's time for the top of the hour ad break, and two, it's time to raise money for Ukraine once again. Okay? It's 4 p.m. Pacific. In the next 2 hours, there's going to be a State of the Union where old man Brandon is going to come back out of his chamber. Okay? They're going to wheel him out. We've raised $159,000 so far for Ukraine. Old man Brandon is going to... Coffee David, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I'm going to fucking do that right now. I'm going to run the ad right now. And then afterwards, we are going to continue raising money for Ukraine while playing Elden Ring as I keep taking L's over and over and over again. Yes, since yesterday, we have raised $159,000. Hopefully, we'll reach even $250,000 today. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Okay.
I wonder if this demon is gonna tell you.
What's your personal plan if the nukes fly? Besides posting on Twitter, dude, I'm fucking. What do you mean? Like, I'm just gonna fucking. I'm gonna headbutt it. I'll be live streaming the end of the world. Okay,
Almost
straight
2
up.
years hassle.
If you think I won't, you're wrong. You know. Okay, let's fucking blast off. Let's write a tweet real quick. Let the people know that the charity stream is back on.
We did it, Joey. We did it. You're gonna be a war criminal.
Okay. Next to
yellow.
Thank you, Jorkos, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Voku, for the 5 gifted. Playing Elden Ring and raising money for Ukraine for the next 2 hours before watching Joe Biden's State of the Union.
Shout out to the mods.
We've raised 160K so far. Get in now. You have 20 minutes to set your affairs up? Dude, I'm streaming it. Like, I'm streaming the nuke. I'm streaming the fucking nuke. Here, I'm blasting it. Let the people know. Yeah, I'm 100% streaming the nuke. If nukes are popping off, I'm 100% streaming it. Okay. 77 deaths so far.